Hello, everybody. I hope you're all thriving. We're here. We're about to be going live and having an absolutely challenging time with my audio and my camera. Didn't seem to want to start, but we got it to work in the end, so all's good. And I just want to make sure that we are operating. Yes, there we are. We are on YouTube. It's all good. So let me turn that off. So much love to all of you. I hope you're all having a great time. And there we go. Ash is in. Command Codes is here. Welcome, everybody. I hope you're having a gorgeous day. Not sure if let me send our friend Ronan a quick message. Make sure that he knows where the I did send that actually. You get it. So I was having a few technical issues getting my microphone to work. So much love to all of you. We're here to discuss the round table. With the round table, we're going to be talking about the feminine, the divine feminine, what it represents to us all from different traditions. We have a group of experts. There are a few people going to be popping in over the next couple of minutes. And essentially what we're talking about when we're talking about the divine feminine is we're talking about that aspect which goes into the self, that which we take from the world, that which we receive, in the same way that the woman's apparatus, the vagina, takes into itself and the male gives of itself. It's about the receptive aspect of consciousness, the receptive aspects that we manifest ourselves into the world, those parts of our personality which are receptive. We're talking about going into the subconscious, the sublimating aspects of awareness, the ESP, the psychic abilities. And if we consider the word feminine, it's a rather interesting word. I mean, if you look at the roots of it, it's going back to, it's got Sanskrit links, it's got ancient Greek links. In fact, it's a very fascinating word, and it does relate to love. It does relate to many interesting aspects of the emotional plane. So we're going to be talking about emotionality here, essentially, and the way in which the emotional plane is an aspect of our being, and how we've been taught to repress our emotions in this day and life, in the society we live in. Emotions have not been very welcome. We've all been taught we need to be logical. I'd like to invite the guests here and introduce you. We've got Ash here. Ash is a pagan. He's written some books. He's a very interesting character. You're going to love what he has to say. We've got LiberLam here. I'm just reading across the screen. LiberLam, also a great philosopher. Very, very fascinating ideas. He's going to be pushing the intellectual boat out there. We've got Rma. Rma is a highly sensitive individual. I can't see your camera, by the way, Rma. You are there yet. And she's, I've known her for many years. She's an absolutely amazing human being. I feel blessed for knowing her. We've also got Kiano-Kilelle here, and he's going to be sharing his numerology with us. He's going to be breaking the codes for us. Kalile is just a fascinating character. Oh, there we go. I almost didn't add in. Ronan has just joined the party. Ronan is an amazing character to travel the world. He's also a code breaker. He's also shamanically inclined, a nature man. I have a link that I'll be sharing throughout this podcast, which is basically going to be dressing a lot of links together, so that we can sort of put it out there so you can find us, YouTube, and from there you'll be able to explore us. Let's push the boat out there. Who would like to start with the divine feminine? Who's got the most to say to begin?
I can lead in with a bit if you guys would like. I have the I guess the unique perspective of the Norse Germanic on the divine feminine, and I would say there's several examples that we can look back in Germanic history, in recorded history, and see where ultimate examples of the divine feminine have existed with prophets and different people like Valeda. Around the year 69, there was a seeress in Germany named Valeda. I believe it's Veleda or Valeda. She was such a successful seeress with different things like battles being foretold and different people's fortunes, kings and whatnot, that she became so revered that they built a tower to protect her. There were entire armies set as sentinels just to protect Valeda. And I do believe that the divine feminine is a natural aspect that is something that will always exist. I don't care how badly a group tries to snuff out things and make everybody androgynous. The divine feminine and the divine masculine will always prevail.
Excellent intro.
Thank you.
Take the floor, brother. Whoever's got something to chirp up, don't feel shy. This is an open conference. We get to share our side here. I can see a Ronan holding his mouth, means he's got something he wants to say. Or am I?
What's up? What's up, everyone? Greetings. I'm glad all the bros here are here to discuss the divine. What's up, ladies? We're here to tell you about the divine feminine.
Anyway. Here, and we've got Moonfeather's on her way. She can be here any minute.
Well, we can at least have a honest input on how much of jackasses we are on our input of the divine feminine.
I second that. Yeah.
Remember
the divine feminine, I think, has been overly explored, but it's been explored, in my opinion, in a very sort of well, not so correct way. Much of what we hear about the divine feminine doesn't really resonate with me totally. I always consider the feminine as a principle, and now we're not talking about like women specifically. We're talking about that aspect which is receptive. And people speak about the divine feminine as if it's more of a director, of course, of energy, which is not really the case. The divine feminine is the body that surrounds the masculine and encapsulates it. The masculine finds its source through the feminine, and the masculine empowers the feminine, and the feminine is where it all happens. And it's very interesting how in Western occultism we speak about the neshama, we speak about, oh, there we go, Moonfeather. Welcome, Moonfeather. We can see Rma as well. Hello, Moonfeather. And Rma, welcome.
Peace and blessings. Oh my gosh, I I made it. I'm late again. Sorry about that, guys.
I'm sorry, I think it might be my fault. I was trying to send you an Instagram, and my Instagram was struggling to find your account for some reason. Instagram just winds me up. So then I realized WhatsApp is much better.
That's okay. No worries. No worries. It's so good to see everyone. But my first hello, of course, is to Rma. Hi, because you know the topic is the divine feminine. Peace and blessings to you. I'm grateful to be here with you guys.
So it's a pleasure to have you all here. Lovely. We do have another lady that's going to be coming in. She's coming in. I'm not quite sure where Fire-Fey is. She was supposed to be here with her partner. So I will send them messages and see what happened to them. But do continue, please. I'll track down Fire-Fey.
I can answer that. Stijn is actually involved in another podcast right now. I believe Fire-Fey may be jumping in. I'm not quite sure. But I do know that Stijn is otherwise occupied, at least for the moment. He may be open in a few moments.
Cool.
Yeah,
Namaste, everybody.
Oh, what's up? Hey, guys. So by the way, I would like to introduce myself to everyone out there listening. I'm the Mystic-Ronan. I do have a YouTube channel. We will be coming back on the Ronan Experience probably in September. So if you want to subscribe to my thing, come check it out. Kilelle, Moonfeather, and Magick is on there, and we do amazing things. One thing about anything divine, the almighty vine, I mean, that is something definitely I want to always be connected to. So any divine related things I'm in. So yeah, so one thing, I also, we have shout out to Kilelle, and we have some NFTs. If you want a grimoire from him, you'll get 40% off. So that's something we are trying to we're not trying, we're really sharing with the people It's something new, cool. It's crypto related, just to use it as utility, and it's a membership. So if you have a Kilelle Keanu NFT, you get all of his readings, all of his services for 40% off, and he does it for the love. So let's support everyone. Keep the money. I'm always preaching, keep the money in the community, but that's a side topic from here. But anyway, and I have a Telegram if you want to join. Only divine feminine beings allowed. And so one question I want to learn is the mystical side of the divine feminine. Like, I know Kilelle knows a lot of this stuff, and probably Josh, who's a big homie. I want, like oracles and sibyls and those types of things. I would love to like learn what you guys have on those types of things. I want to learn. I want to be quiet and listen. So thank you, everyone. Peace and harmony. It's an honor to be here.
By the way, Josh, I haven't put your details on our link. I've got a link that I'm going to be shooting across to the chat frequently. So do send me your link and pop your link into the chat as well. When the chat is live, and I will put it onto our list, which is going to be added to put everybody else. And I've already got a couple of your channels as recommended channels on my YouTube. So if you go to my YouTube and take a look at my recommended channels, you're already going to be finding some of these people. I'm going to be putting the people that aren't on there very soon. And to follow up with your question, this is exactly what we're talking about. This is the journey that goes inward. All of these things are about going inward. They're not about looking out at the world. When we're using an oracle, we're using a reverse mirror. So an oracle is like a mirror. And traditionally, the best oracle, which was used in the ancient times, was a mirror, which was a scribe. And people would look into the mirror to see the reflection of themselves. And they would see inside themselves what it was revealing from within. So anytime that you're doing any scrying or any psychic or any ESP or any magical work that you're looking into yourself or gaining information from the spiritual planes, shamanic trance is highly the same reality. It's all essentially the divine path. The masculine path has got very little to do with any of these things. The masculine path is really to do with ritual, to do with rituals, to do with completing actions, actions that mimic the spiritual force on the physical plane in order to cause a conduit for force to flow. This would be the masculine side of the proverbial force. But please, who would want to jump into this? Anybody ready to fly in?
I have.
Go first. Go first.
Okay, real quickly, basically the Norse telling is that there's a side of magic called Scyther that only the divine feminine had an access to for a very, very long time. And that Odin actually had to give a great sacrifice just to gain bits of the knowledge of it and bits of the use of it. Freya is actually the true holder of Scyther magic. She is the embodiment of it. And you can look at the history of Wicca and a lot of other forms of witchcraft, and Freya is the goddess deity that is often referred to. I am getting rained on seriously right now. Somebody else can jump for a second. I'm just going to relocate.
Well, talking about Freya is very interesting because Freya does relate to Vrydag, which is Friday. And Vrydag is Frey in Afrikaans and Germanic languages, if you don't know, is to kiss a girl, when a man and a woman kiss romantically. Frey. So Freya and Vrydag has got a lot to do with the Venetian path, which and Venus in the Western occult therapeutics is considered to be the gateway to the mysteries. And so when you're considering Venus, you're considering the path of the Empress, which is an interesting consideration because it's not the version of the moon, which is the high priestess, which is probably what we're going to be talking about in terms of the cards, in terms of the actual deity reflection as an archetypal structure with information. But Venus is very much a very powerful part of this because it has to do with fertility. And the fertility is where you find the essential power. And so this magic is based on the magic of fertility. So it's actually using life force as opposed to using patterns of consciousness and patterns of thought and patterns of geometric patterns, as is the masculine side of use of the force. This is to do with the life force itself, and it's the powers of life and death, if you want to get right down to it.
Yeah, they call Freya the Northern Venus. I think I've heard people refer to her as the Northern Venus. I had I've not gotten into Seda or anything like that, but years ago I did have a Freya candle, and I was doing some meditation, and I think I had a prayer to do with that kind of magic on the candle, and it was wild. It was like one of the wildest meditations I've ever had. So I wonder, like, you know, when people say that the feminine is receptive, my question is, receptive to what? What do you allow in? What do you allow yourself to be receptive to? What are you open to? What are you calling in? I know when I was doing this meditation, I was really surprised because I sat there with my eyes closed and I was completely unprepared for what happened, for what came in. It was basically just like, for anyone who's seen like the Lord of the Rings films, you know, the sort of wraith kings, I forget what they're called. I've just started reading the book, so I don't know the lore very well. But I basically saw beings that looked like that, rows of them that looked like kingly ghosts or something like this, meditating with this Freya candle. So I'm not sure where that fits in with the lore, but it was like very, very intense. So yeah, I'd be definitely interested in hearing more about this.
It's ancestral.
Magic.
It's very ancestral. The feminine, I believe, as well as the masculine. It's a thing that, if we look back at the sacred grove, the ancient burial rite, you know, everybody would bring their family members to the sacred grove. They would have a pyre. Their ashes would fall back to the earth there in the grove, and then they always had a place to go to talk to them, to commune with them. And it would even go as far as people picking leaves from the grove and eating the leaves from the trees and becoming one with their ancestors, quite literally. I mean, when you think about it, the bacteria and the salts and everything that the body breaks down into is absorbed by the tree. And, you know, technically you are becoming one with your ancestors. I mean, it's far separated from cannibalism, but I guess you could look at the barbaric cannibal tribes that have the same belief, you know, so there's got to be some kind of aspect to it that we've been carrying through humanity for so many millennia. You know, it's a thing, I believe, that is embedded in all of us, and without the proper preparations, we may experience bits of it, but we'll never understand it.
Yeah, I kind of felt like we probably wouldn't get far into a conversation about the feminine aspect without touching on death, just to get really serious.
Hell.
But you know what I mean, like, because there's a darkness to the feminine that can call in that sunlight, that can, you know, absorb that sunlight, that can absorb so many things. It's like a, you know, like Franklin was saying, like the mysteries, it's like a cave. And I've
Like
definitely
Okay.
actually, one time I do remember when I was hanging out with Franklin, experiencing myself as a cave, as cave consciousness. Like I literally felt like I was the cave and I was the wind that was blowing through me, and it was like touching everything and nothing at the same time. And there's definitely something to that with the feminine receptiveness and the darkness, and maybe that's another reason why sometimes the feminine is feared, because like you say, we used to bury our own dead, but you know, it really hasn't been that long in the grand scheme of things in history since we have known how to bury our own dead, like properly, or however anyone would want to deal with that matter. But now for a long time, it's like hygiene has gone crazy. We're afraid of death, which ultimately means we're afraid of facing our true selves and the mystery, like the unknown, that wide darkness and deep darkness and blackness that is not necessarily anything bad, but it's something maybe we're not as used to like coming into contact with as much as you say, like is it Josh? Sorry.
Yes. Yes. Ash, Josh, yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Because yeah, like you were saying, we are I think we were talking about this with the masculine last week too, those initiations and that preparation isn't sort of there in the way that it used to be.
Well, I can honestly say.
Oh, go ahead, Josh, bro. Real quick, it reminds me of the Phoenix in that for some reason you were talking, it reminds me of the Phoenix, which is very interesting. And that actually also, we touched on that last week, Franklin did with the more the Vedic type of deities. Go ahead, Josh. I just want to throw that out there, bro.
I had several personal experiences that were similar where I had these experiences that I couldn't explain. I frequented as a teenager doing mushrooms and several other things and never really understood the esoteric aspect of it as a kid, but just did it. It was fun. And I liked the philosophical mindset that one would come upon when it starts to wear down and the entire experience is coming to a fold. But I had never really understood those things. And my parents, my dad was a Catholic. He drugged me to several different denominations of evangelical Christian churches growing up, and none of them ever felt right to me. The Bible, I mean, I understood it, but it never felt right to me. And it wasn't until I started looking into my genealogy, my history of my family, and then looking in the esoteric history of those people, that I started to find things that I related to that felt right to me. And after doing so, I had a different lens to view it all through, a different filter, if you will, because when I was viewing it all through the filter of only Christian as a religion, because it's all that I knew, it seems so obscure. But now looking at it through a Norse or Germanic lens, a lot of those experiences have come to light or been explained a little better. It's something that everybody has to go through, a journey on their own. And I believe once they finally find the right spiritual journey for them, the things that happen for them will start to be more clear and unfold, and they'll understand them far more deeply.
I'd like to chime in for a moment. Beautiful, brother. I think that's really dropping the hammer on the central pivot around which this conversation is broken, coming back to. I'd like to just take a moment to welcome. We've got Lily, we've got Moonfeather. Lily is a sensitive person. She also does healing work, as far as I'm aware. She lives off grid. She's very grounded. She's very much into her nature. We've got Moonfeather, who we haven't heard much from. Kalile, you are there. I can see you. You are here with us, yes, brother. I'd like to welcome you. He is here.
To everybody, to Rima, Moonfeather, and Lily, Mystic, Ash, Liber, Mark. I'm listening primarily because I wanted the women to speak first, to honor them. And I will most definitely chime in. I have a lot to say, by all means.
And we've got Mark. Mark's also recently come in a little while ago, and I didn't really get a chance to welcome him in. Welcome to Mark. And of course, we've got LiberLam too. So we've got 9 of us in the room, for those of you that are wondering who's here. And ladies, I'd love you guys to drop the hammer on this for us. Let's get the ladies.
Well, if you're happy, guys, I'm happy to weigh in. Apologies, I'm so late. I was having massive IT issues joining. So BushWhisperer, thank you for helping out in the background.
Thank you.
So for me, I think what Josh was just saying about the ancestral and those links, for me, that's kind of where this whole conversation around divine feminine starts. So for me, and so I'm coming from the witch perspective. So I'm very much a witch. I'm very proud to use that word. It's been hugely stigmatized for huge reasons that all of us here know about. And really partly to drag down the divine feminine. So I'm really proud to use that word. And I'll come on to that, I guess, in a bit. But for me, it starts kind of
2.5, 3,000 years ago, when prior to that, we had a perfect balance. We had a perfect balance of divine masculine and divine feminine. And that's how this earth operated. It's how it's always intended to operate, and it's how it always should operate. Unfortunately, as we know, what happened around that period was the age of the patriarchy was ushered in. The Great Mother was ushered out. And that took guises varying forms, namely obviously Christianity, Judaism, Islam, all around the same time. And they went from all of us all over the earth absolutely worshipping both feminine and masculine, but with a lead on the Great Mother, Mama Nature, the goddess. You know, every culture, every aspect has, you know, whether it's Isis, Aphrodite, etc., as, you know, creators of life and revered as the creator of life, but balance, in absolute balance and polarity. As we know, everything is polarity, and the masculine and feminine equally are the polarity. We're now in a situation where we're so wildly out of balance because all we've had is the father for the last 3,000 years. So we've just had a huge system of patriarchy. And when I talk about, or when I think any of us talk about the divine feminine, and I'm really grateful to you guys, you know, acknowledging and you know, there's a great group of women on this call and that we speak first. But for me, you know, when you hear about the feminine, it's not about man bashing. For me, it's the absolute opposite. It's to recognize that the feminine and the masculine are absolutely equal, and you can't have one without the other. And we have to have balance and harmony. And all that's happened, and the reason I'm going back to Josh talking about the ancestry is, like I said, for me, that's where it starts. And we're slowly finding now the divine feminine is waking, but it's 3,000 years of torture and abuse and ostracization and suppression on all of us, not just women, men too, that we're dealing with in our DNA. Because the feminine DNA, the mitochondrial DNA, is obviously, as we all know, the stronger of the two lines that carries through. So what happened to our ancestors manifests all the way through to us and our DNA. And from a witch's perspective, we refer to it as the witch wound. And that kind of links back to all the witch trials that happened, you know, in the Middle Ages. And that was a direct result of organized religion, namely the Catholic Church, because I think it was Pope Innocent, ironically, what a great name, Pope Innocent VIII, that in the 1400s, he's the one that started the witch trials. He was the one that gave the order for that to happen. And absolutely, that was to pull down the divine feminine, because they knew that that's where the seat of the power was, and they needed to completely destroy it. So then followed in the Malleus Maleficarum, the famous witch hunting book that we've all heard of. And, you know, every and any reason under the sun was used to persecute a woman. If she used herbs, you know, if she spoke to the animals, if she healed people, if she was a midwife, all the things that all of us here celebrate as absolute divine rights and divine practices of us as souls on this earth. And they were persecuted. And so all of that pain and torture and fear lives through all of us to this day in our DNA. And the same on the masculine side, with all the religious wars, you know, tearing families apart, sending children away, all the stuff that's happened. So we've ended up in a situation where we're totally out of balance on this planet of masculine versus feminine in terms of patriarchy, and no matriarchy whatsoever. And we're all carrying these wounds, deep ancestral wounds. So for me, the conversation I'm really interested in is how we as a collective now overcome this patriarchy, overthrow it, and restore the balance together as a collective. And it's not, you know, gender pay gap and women are better than men and girl power and all this crap that we're taught. What's that, Josh?
We create culture. we write, we podcast, we create songs, we add our history into it. It's what I'm doing with my book series. It's a fiction, and I couldn't get a publisher to take it because they said it was too controversial because it names an elite family as the destructive power. And ironically, I named the old man Rashield, Rashield, and it's a historically linked name to the Rothschild family. So I had two publishers just tell me, no, it's too controversial. But within it, I add a lot of aspects of Norse Germanicism, and not just that, the common politenesses that used to happen, people greeting one another before entering, people like being cordial with each other, certain courtesies that are rarely observed nowadays. I added them in as commonplace in a newly created modern pagan tribe. And it's something, I tied our tribe literally into the story with my goal for the tribe in creating a reservation. And I think this is how we create culture. I mean, this is how we drive it, is we just create a parallel happening, and until it gets bigger and bigger, they can no longer try to topple it.
Yeah.
I love what you said, Lily. I think it's really very point and point, because we were all driven towards becoming masculine, and masculinity represents exclusivity. It represents being alone. It represents being separate from the crowd. Feminine is what cohesively brings things together. If you think of the principle of magnetism, it's what brings things together. And the principle of electricity is what separates things, defines barriers, defines differences. So I like to consider the feminine principle as the magnetism, and the masculine principle as the electricity. And you've got electromagnetism as a frequency, as a field of experience that becomes collisions of particles, which is where the electricity and the magnetism meet. But when we consider sociologically, it is totally by design that we've been driven to become masculine to the point that we are no longer in the collective. And even in a family, in the home, the woman represents the hearth, the power of the home, the power to bring the family together, that cohesive structure. The man has got to go off on his own and bring something back, put into the pot, proverbially speaking. And they wanted us all to become divided and conquered. Yeah. Because femininity is a power that brings you together.
And that's really interesting. That's such an interesting point, because I was talking about this with friends of mine, and one of my dearest best friends, she's an incredible witch, who's sat right next to me right now listening. But we were talking about this the other day with friends of mine, that as women, we're taught, and especially, so I was born in early 80s or 80s, so I'm a child of the 80s, and that's when, there was this surge of feminine power of, go out and, women can get careers, and women, if you look back at like films of the 80s, it was all about, women, they can be anything they want, and they can be lawyers and doctors, and, the women are coming out of the kitchen, and, they're all this kind of stuff, and all the songs that went with it. And what's really interesting to me is that's how I kind of grew up in that environment. And to me, that was normality. So I kind of abandoned, I guess, my femininity in terms of my behavior, always, aesthetically feminine. But I've spent my career in a corporate world, really male dominated. And to be fair, all the guys I've ever worked with, incredible, supportive, absolute imbalance. So I've been really lucky. But what it does to us as women is we're pitted against each other for a start. We're taught to fear each other. So if there's another strong, powerful woman, she's a bitch, or she's this or she's that, or we're taught that immediately. So we're pitted against each other. So there's the connection gone. Then we're pitted against the guys. Well, you're a woman, you're going to have to work twice as hard if you want to earn what he's earning. So then we're immediately pitted against the guys. So there's another connection gone. Then we're pitted against ourselves, because I then had to be really masculine in the environment I was in. So I was in my masculine energy all the time, assertive, being a leader, hiring people, firing people, had to be this. But what that did, and it's taken me all this time to realize, that physically manifested in me, and I've seen it physically manifest in so many women, where I actually had to have a hysterectomy a few years ago because I had such bad endometriosis and no one could figure why. And I realized there are millions of women suffering with this all over the planet. And it's because we're out of sync. We're out of sync with Mother Nature. So the moon cycle, you know, our menstrual, giving birth, this all used to be celebrated. And, you know, the male feminine, all of it, us in a supportive environment, all of this was revered and celebrated. And now we're taught, you know, well, the guys don't know how to deal with a woman if she's, you know, oh, she's just on her period. She's just emotional. She's just, you know, whatever. So the guys are now taught to come from that disrespectful view. They're not taught to respect and revere. We're taught as women, you know, you want a career, you can't have a period. You can't have this stuff that's going to muck you up for a week. So let's give you a load of pills to actually stop that happening completely. Then we're so disconnected from Mother Nature, it's insane. And then they wonder why there's this utter chaos right now on this planet. And for me, this is what it is. So I completely agree with Josh about we have to create the culture, but it's the culture around everything, from how we speak to each other to male and female I'm talking about, because I absolutely see male and female as one. We're one. We are one thing. That's it for me. So how we deal with each other, what medicine we take, what food we eat, the whole lot, the whole thing has to shift. And when you look back at what's happened to all of us, it's just nuts. Like, it's unbelievable that it's gone on. The first thing that any young girl experiences when going to the doctor, and the cure for everything the doctor gives her, birth control. Here you go. Exactly. It'll help you with your acne. It'll help you with your headaches. It'll help you with your hormone imbalance. It's absurd. Yeah. It's the biggest contributor to this imbalance that you're talking about, in my opinion. Yeah,
Lily, you're on fire right now. I love
100%. 100%.
And I want to share about.
Please continue. Please,
and just real quick, and by the way, I visited Josh's house and his family. He has a beautiful family, and he even has multi-generational people living in the household. So he lives this life, and
I live the way the old Germanics do. My yard's just a bit smaller.
Yeah. And Lily, I want to ask you: should we, if you're on your cycle, should we just send you to the wilderness for a week? But yeah, thank you, Lily. You guys are crushing.
Moonfeather and Rma, what you haven't heard much, but how do you guys feel?
I'm thinking about listening again. I'm thinking about darkness and receptivity again, because when it comes to the feminine, of course, it's wonderful to read and research and all these things, and that's important. But also coming from a viewpoint where we're just in a world with so much noise all the time. It never really, like, it's almost like you almost don't have a thought that's your own half the time, because whereas that space for receptivity, you know, I can remember as a child, I was always dreaming of shapeshifters and witches, and even in my 20s, you know, getting just, when I was silent for long enough, getting messages telling me I was a witch and things like this, like all the time. That's what the spirits have always told me. But it happens that, like, less and less at the moment, you know. And then the other thing with receptivity is, if one is to allow oneself to be silent and to be receptive, then discernment has to come in. And then how do we then develop good discernment that we can trust in order to be in the healthy, divine, feminine? I'm just thinking, for what kept coming to me was what we're told, that the Druids were an oral culture. And I'm thinking of the bards as well, and the Ovates, and the different ways of the kind of memory that people used to have, but also that maybe that's still inside of us, that aspect of that perfect marriage of the divine feminine and masculine, where, of course, I'm not saying we should just go and make up a bunch of stuff or just believe random spirits or whatever if we don't know what we're doing. But I'm just thinking that oral culture, maybe that's still within us. Maybe it's those sort of thinking of elements, that sort of wind aspect, or all the elements really. I think they all talk to us, speaking inside of us, telling us things, because where do these things come from anyway? You know, it's like something in you or something in me, or probably all of us, you know, gives us these messages of initiation, but there's just so much noise all the time that maybe we're not really listening enough to that ancient soul that we have, or ancestors, or whatever it is, like speaking to us, and that's carrying on that oral tradition actually within us, that's like alive and well. It's in our bones, it's in our cells, it's breathing, it's singing to us. I've definitely had the stars sing to me and pass their silvery messages through my body before. Like, it's there, but yeah, there's just so much noise, and then there's the discernment piece as well. So that's what's coming up for me for some reason.
I have a question for the ladies. Have you guys ever experienced the moment where you have a song in your head and you reach down and you turn on the radio, and not only is that song on, but it's at the place where you were singing it in your head? Did any of the guys in the chat experience this also? All right. Now, I think we have a link to music. And as humans, it's just vibration. I mean, I don't know if we're actually picking up on the radio waves. Maybe if our brains are living beside FM frequencies for so many generations, are we slowly tuning into it? Or is the music so embedded in us that when it's happening elsewhere, we almost feel the vibration of it in a way? Not through the radio waves, but just the fact that other people around us are listening to the same music and they're vibing in the same way, and we're picking up on that almost empathically. There's a lot of ways to look at the roots of word.
I'm going to jump in here because, like, wow. Hi, everyone. 42 minutes and we've covered so much ground. I'm bursting to read off quick fire notes, if that's okay with everyone. Rma, back to you. What of the feminine, divine feminine, what are they receptive to? Just being. Franklin touched on it. Our life force. The feminine energy is just being, allowing that life force in, and then you achieve your discernment through the feminine intuition. And I think that's our quest for knowledge and understanding is still heavily rooted in the masculine logic rather than just the feminine just being. And this links into what Brother Josh was saying about finding our own true path, the one that resonates with us, not following everyone else. Our own. If we follow our path, we'll find our others. And why we're in this dualistic experience, let's use duality to our advantage. If they can create this grid of negativity, we can create this new culture of positivity by how we use the gifts we've got and been given in our mind to transmute everything into a positive frequency, which takes us back to music, because frequency is the communication for everything. I don't know if you guys know, but I think in the early 60s, they changed the frequency of music from 432 hertz, which is the frequency of nature, to 440 hertz to throw us off the scent. Lily, thank you for your witch perspective as well. So always learning, and this is just such a cool round table. Blessings and thanks, everyone.
Real quick, if I could, I wanted to rewind back to something Rma said about the feminine kind of being a receiver of the solar energies, and also about something that that Lily said as well about like bringing in the witchcraft side of it. which is that witchcraft and I think the divine feminine as a whole has a lot to do with the lunar energies. So in the way that the solar is kind of like the ambitions and the passions and the fiery aspect, the action oriented aspect, the lunar has that in the form of illumination, but not that fiery side. It's a cool illumination. So it's a way in which I think the energy is being received and not just being spit back out in the form of some kind of amplification, but instead it's kind of it's brought to peace. And so I think that also something Lily was talking about, like the collective impact of this is that people are constantly restless. And so I think the divine energy, I mean, the divine feminine has a ton to do with just deep peace and rest as well. So that's something I wanted to throw in there as well. The soothing and kind of I think motherly side of the divine feminine.
Yeah, it's definitely that. The whether you're coming from a witch perspective or a shaman or pagan or you know, this runs through everything, every thread, because the divine feminine, it also known as the great mother, the goddess, whatever you want to refer to it, but that is what it is. It's the motherly energy, and that's what the divine feminine brings is the care and the love and the justice and the compassion. And that's what's missing. That's what's missing because we've just got patriarchy, which patriarchy imbalance, that's of course perfect. Masculine imbalance, perfect. But when you just have 100% of something, there's going to be a problem because it needs to be the balance. So yeah, you're right. And that I guess is why I was referring to what's happened to all of us as ancestral wounds that we're carrying at a cellular level, because we've gone without a mother for 3,000 years. We've had a father and we haven't had a mother as humanity. And so we're missing that love and care and compassion. And Josh was saying about, you know, right, what you've written in your book, Josh, about, you know, even just simple courteous greetings to each other and how we should be interacting with each other. You know, we're so disconnected that people don't even know how to do that these days. You know, the immediate thought isn't how can I help this person? The immediate thought is, what can I get from this person? You know, it's completely inverted, which, as we know, the controllers of this current situation, they love a good inversion of most things. And so, yeah, for me, it's all to do with the deep wounds that we need to heal, and it's the motherly love that we need back.
Another thing I wanted to add is I think one of the specialties that women have in all of spiritual practice is the capacity to just sustain faith. So it's like this concept of soma, which is in some ways associated with Dionysus, the divine nectar, the divine drink. And you know, Dionysus is this free-spirited deity, and he's associated with the moon. And the idea is, like, people think he's just this drunkard, but the idea is more so, I think, as far as the roots of it, comes from the spiritual ecstasy, the ecstasy that comes through intense faith. And I think that Soma relates to Dionysus in that, like, that is his wine. It's like he drinks of this abundant, kind of abundant oasis of vitality that exists within everyone. But you know, oftentimes our action drive is something that just consumes that too abundantly. It consumes as much as is given, and that's another way that I see kind of the imbalance of masculine and feminine spirit is, like, we as human beings can be drunk on faith, we can be drunk on devotion, we can be drunk on the vitality of Mother Earth. Instead of the sun burning us, it can, you know, be reflected off the moon, and the sunlight and the cooling of the moon can kind of come together into, I think, like breath energy or prana, and it can both give us life and force and vitality, as well as give us kind of mellowness and tranquility and softness.
Do you mind if I jump in here for a second?
Please, sir.
I want to touch on what Lily and Rma said before I lose my train of thought. Thank you for everything that you said, especially when it comes to inversion. Everything in this reality by nature was meant to be inverted, and that means to the point of detriment. If you look inside the rotunda of the Senate building, at the top, there is a painting of George Washington. It is called the Apotheosis. He is surrounded by 13 maidens. I want you to think about that number. 13 is M in the alphabet, right, according to English. M is maternal, matriarch, mason. The whole science of the biggest gang in the world, the Freemasons, is based on your feminine energy. And they think they're doing something by excluding you out of it, but in truth, they're hastening their own detriment.
Yeah.
The Library of Alexandria was burned not because of the information that it held, but because it represented women.
Yeah.
When people came into that, and mind you, there were multiple libraries of Alexandria. They could not understand why they were dedicated to the woman. Minerva, Sichet, is the goddess or goddesses of information, of mathematics, of science. It all comes from you. The more we try to act like that is not the case, the more we fall to our own detriment. Rima had a really, really good point a minute ago about oral traditions. In Egypt, in Tameri, in Kemet, we did not write things down until the 17th dynasty. And we only wrote it down because we knew from prophecy that we were going to forget. The issue with that was, in order to write things down, that means other people could also write things down that would be lies. One thing you cannot teach in this world is discernment. You have to learn it for yourself. So this is why we have the term, and I can tell, Lily, that you have read a lot. In my world, we would say that is being well read. I need you to think about that term, well read. Wells is where we have arguably some of the safest forms of water that we can have that's not contaminated, not polluted. Being well read is actually a civil term, right? So if we are to make it, if we are to prosper, if we are to understand the beauty in having different perspectives, we need to have that bird's eye view so we can understand why we have a witch's hammer, why it was necessary, and why we need to correct it.
Beautiful,
I hate
Connor.
interrupting real quick, but Fawkes is in the backstage. He's been wanting to come on too.
Yo, Kilelle, that was fire, bro.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That was amazing. That was
That
amazing.
was awesome. I loved it.
Yeah, you clearly your knowledge, and not just from reading, but just feeling is insane, and you can just hear it in your voice. That was incredible, and completely agree with everything you said. I think you're right that when you look back through history, I think the Neolithic and Paleolithic periods, everything worshipped the feminine. I think the oldest piece of art they discovered was the representation of the female with the swollen pregnant belly and Venus of Willendorf was the first. Thank you. My best friend that you can't see is chiming in. I'm trying to persuade her to join because she's insane and she needs to be part of this. But yeah, they destroyed everything, all the temples. My father was Egyptian, so I kind of have all kinds of different views, and I spent a lot of time in Egypt, and you can feel it. You can feel the destruction when you're in these temples. You can feel that there's things missing. You can feel that they're weeping. I felt like intense sadness in a lot of those temples when I visited, because you can feel that the core, the reason for their existence and what was celebrated there, you can feel it's been ripped out. So it's really interesting when you go to all kinds of countries. But I think nearly every place on the planet has had temples completely destroyed or distorted. So all of the divine feminine worship that would have gone on, even Judaism, they originally, as we all know, they had a king and a queen, they had a god and a goddess. even in a lot of the different types of witchcraft to this day, like Wiccan, which was devised actually by a man, funny enough. But interestingly, they always have a high priest and a high priestess. So the worship of the feminine was always there. But then, yeah, to Kay's point, just everything was just completely destroyed. And it's, as Josh was saying earlier, it's our job to build it back up, and it's our job to tell the stories. And not from what we've learned in books, because as Kay rightly said, a lot of what we're taught and what we read is his story or a version of someone's view. And usually, as we know, the versions we read are written by the victor. So, if about like the witch trials, for instance, if you read a lot of that documentation, you would actually come away thinking, yeah, they were justified to kill all those millions of women. That they had to do that was a good thing. But obviously we all know of course not. So I think for us, and I guess for me, one of the biggest spiritual journeys, whether you're masculine or feminine or whatever energy you're playing in, is, and I think Moonfeather said it right at the start, you have to just trust yourself, your inner judgment and your feeling on everything, and we will collectively find our tribe, like we've all found each other here. Completely accident.
Yes.
Lily, can I just ask you? I want to ask you and Moonfeather and the ladies, because Kilelle touched on something with the well and the wealth of knowledge, and I'm thinking of divination, and he made me think of like water. When you look at you might try and get divination from water. It seems
from
to me
scrying? From
scrying, or those types of all those methods. But it seems to me like women, especially in this crowd, especially the four that are here, like divination and that knowledge of you guys seems like it's way easier for you guys.
It's actually not for me, actually, to believe it or not. I was very out of touch with divination for the longest time. I had a very hard time. Back when I was in my abusive marriage, I had someone do a tarot reading on me. And she said if I didn't get out of my situation, I was going to be killed. I hate saying that word in this group, but that's basically what she told me. And I was scared. I was 19 years old. Telling a 19-year-old mom who's pregnant with her baby that she's going to end up being hurt by somebody through divination, it scared me from that form of magic for the longest of time. So I think that's a misconception, is a lot of women are very inclined to divination. I was not until I started being with Fawkes. He brought that part of me back out.
Well, if I use, forgive me if I use the word divination. I wasn't trying to pigeonhole.
Oh, no, it's okay.
Yeah,
I was just being honest.
I know, like Moonfeather, she's an oracle. She has powers, guys. Like, and she's really receiving those powers now and coming to realize those powers. So my question is kind of like, if you guys notice, is like, it seems like females are able to kind of, they're oracles, and it seems like it's mainly a feminine thing, and that's what Kilelle reminded me of, that with the whole, when it comes to women kind of being the guardians of knowledge.
Touch on that.
Yeah.
I want to touch on that one, Bird Dog.
Can I on that?
Yes.
Yeah, kick a Moonfeather. Elbow Josh out of here. Just joking.
So I want to say everyone has been chiming in wonderfully. Thank you so much. Also, thank you for everyone, right? Recognizing that that the divine feminine is the source of all magic with a K, and source of life as well, right? I'm going to be the first one to say that I don't know too much about history and all of these wonderful figures that representative divine feminine, as Lily has been expressing. And this is why I love and I'm so grateful to connect with all of you, because I learned so much. And but as always, I could only give you guys my own personal experience and awakening to who I am, which is divine feminine, right? Lily has brought up, persecution throughout so many. We've been persecuted. Women have been, which by the way, I live only maybe 2 hours from Salem. And it's a real hot spot. Yeah, it's a real hot spot up there. It really, really is amazing. If you have never gone, trust me, I'm gonna suggest for you ladies to go, or anyone to go, right? So I'm learning about women's persecution, but then I might not have known the history, but I've seen it, the persecution, and how it's affected, me personally, especially through my own culture. Misogyny runs rampant in the Hispanic culture. And I've experienced my own persecution via domestic violence, so I could tell you, yes, when I look back and I see and I connect the dots, and it's like, yeah, we have been, but why is that? Because the divine feminine holds the keys to life, to creation, and Rama's experience, when you said you were channeling, and is very powerful, because I had my own experience years ago when I was first introduced to the story of the Dark Phoenix, which, right, Ronan speaks about it. Kal-El always reminds you about it as well. And it's terrifying. I'm like, what? And Spirit had told me, that's you. And I'm like, hell no. I'm not all destruction and this and that, but the same way women, we embody softness and sensuality. We're seductive and all these wonderful things, and we're receptive and nurturing and things like that. But the very the truth of it is, the divine feminine embodies chaos as well. And divine feminine is terrifying. We give life, but then we also can destroy it. We also have the power to destroy it, right? But then to what? To give life again. So this is all, we all have to accept this. So Rama, to what you had said before, that you had gone back to that, and it's kind of scary. You see these images and everything, but they wouldn't reveal themselves if you weren't who you are. Not everyone gets that passage to see those types of things. And for me, that's just an indication of awakening to your true divine feminine, to healing, right? And I think at this point in time where we are right now, I think that's what's most important for us as women, right? Is awakening, is to healing, right? Healing ourselves, mind, body, especially our womb, healing our womb, because we don't have like that conversation a lot. There's so much power within our womb, and if we don't heal it, we can't evolve, spiritually as well. So it's mind, body, and soul, right? We can't work on just two and not the other one to become fully healed, So so the awakened feminine, right? So we were talking about deeper connection, a deeper connection with the divine, with higher power, which that's what you were experiencing, Rama. That's divine higher power, and that's who we are, right? So we just have to embrace it. It's scary. I go through a lot of spiritual experiences more now than I ever have as I've gotten older and in my journey and in my healing and all of that. And it's scary, but then I have to embrace it, you know? And what does awakening look like? It looks like, first of all, it's listening to our intuition, right? We really got to truly listen to our intuition, because it's what's guided me this entire time. You know, it's what's placed terrible experiences in my life, but that at the same time, that's where my healing is, right? That's where my growth is. So the more I've listened to my intuition, the more things are instantaneous. I could connect to spirit. You ask me a question or something, or you have a problem or whatever the case is, you don't have the answer to it. Boom, like I get the download, I get the connection, whether it's through your ancestors or whatever the case is, and I'm able to tap into that divinity, you know. And it's scary. Sometimes, a lot of the times, I don't know how I do it, but I do it. Synchronicities also are back to back, you know, with my own alignment. And it's a wonderful, wonderful confirmation, you know. And the same way, if I deviate a little bit, spirit kicks my ass real quick and puts me in line, which I like that, you know, because it keeps me from being an enemy to myself, right? I have to learn to be my own best friend, you know. And this is what I've learned in my own journey up until now. And you know, like I said, I think it was wonderful that the first show that we had was Divine Masculine, and now with the Divine Feminine, that's great. And what I realize is that when a man is in his Divine Masculine, it also means to give place to the Divine Feminine, and then we could be one, because we both have our wonderful individual strengths, right? So all of that is like a beautiful puzzle, and we bring that together as one.
Without a balance, there is only destruction.
Yes.
You know, Moonfeather, even when I see men tapping into, it seems like tarot, astrology, all the mysticism, it's very feminine. Even the men, I feel like if they're doing astrology, they got to tap into their feminine energy. That's why I think, that's just my observation. And
I second that. I think that the action-oriented thing just corrupts any kind of divination. If maybe it's less of a hurdle on the women's side, but as a man getting into divination, that's what I see. It's like it is so easy to see a sign and get, you know, all reactive towards it and miss all the other signs that are looming around it. And I also wanted to throw in, there was some talk about, I may be mispronouncing this, but the Malefice Maleficorum, the witch hunting manual. And it's so fascinating, the hypocrisy that happened at that time, because at that very time period where they're releasing this manual and there's this whole movement of witch hunting, there are these other individuals, usually men, who are perceived as more erudite and therefore, you know, not something to fear, but they were called the necromancers, and these men were essentially doing goetic magic. They were doing what we now know is probably the most ferocious and vicious kind of magic, and then the witches were just doing, you know, divination that we've been doing for, you know, who knows how long, for much longer in human history. And just a little side tangent is a lot of the magic of Goetia is almost like a way of insulting these spirits. It's like a lot of the names are kind of like derogatory names. It's like they add like shed on the end of it or something to associate it with shit. And it's I think a very big hypocrisy in the involved in the demonization of witches.
I'm thinking that was amazing. But also I'm thinking, and sorry, because I'm the usual, I'm having visions, so I'm trying to speak, but stuff is happening inside as well. I think in terms of intuition, because we've brought that up when it comes to discernment and receptivity, that the society has attempted to teach us not to trust anything within ourselves and within grassroots community, not to trust the feminine, but also not to trust the masculine, not to trust either, which I think is really interesting, so that there's no place where we may put our feet where it feels like assured ground. So I think that's something we're constantly each like working on in ourselves, I think. I mean, I don't want to speak for everyone, but at least I am, and I think maybe a lot of people are. And then just in terms of like Ronan's question of like, have I been receptive or oracular or whatever, well, and also mentioning, I think you asked about water. I'm not a scryer, but I am a Pisces, and I do have a bunch of Pisces placements in my chart. So I am quite watery as well as quite fiery. And I would say that, I think, like I was saying earlier, I did come in like as a child, like having visions of others. Oh, I see Lily's a Pisces too. Yes, Pisces sisters. Yeah, like having visions of beings, you know, seeing beings in my bedroom, or having dreams about witches and shapeshifters and other dimensions, and having these experiences that feel pretty odd as a child when, like, obviously in mainstream culture, your parents aren't brought up to like coach you in like, oh, if I have a child and this is happening, what do I do? Like, they're probably like, what the fuck? Sorry, excuse my language. Yeah, they're probably like, what now? I can definitely remember my dad telling me like, you're too much in your spirit, you need to like come back down to earth, kind of thing. And I have had like ex-boyfriends who would get really annoyed if I was like having visions or things were coming up. And I guess like if we're not knowing, I think we were talking about authenticity last week too, if we're not knowing what's authentic in the feminine and the masculine, and the culture isn't encouraging that around you, then that's quite, you're sort of like, what do I do with this? So for me, it wasn't something I like cultivated, because it was something that's like, this just comes up when it feels like coming up. Like, I don't have a choice in it. So it just happens when it happens. And then maybe because I wasn't in my authentic self, and that's something, if I'm honest, I'm still working on, because again, it's not really encouraged around me that much. Maybe I was not attracting the kind of people that would be my clan, that we would embrace each other and learn with each other, and kind of grow in these ways, and learn to trust our intuition, or to even know what that intuition is. Like, maybe that voice we're like within, we're not even aware sometimes that it's our intuition. We're like questioning it, like, is this right? Is this wrong? I don't know. It's all, you know, you're like kind of experimenting. And then one last thing that came up for me is Kilelle was talking about, I think, a statue where there are like 13 goddesses or women or something like this. And that triggered a small memory in me about, I'm sure most people know the researcher Michael Tazarian, but something that he was saying about feminine cults. Like, of course, you get women, you know, in the Masons and in underground cults that we don't really even get to hear of, but that feminine, according to him, I don't really know, I haven't researched it enough myself, but it's always kind of present. So actually, it seems like it's just the masculine running the world, but actually there are all these feminine cults behind the scenes that we don't get to see. And there's the light side and the dark side, right? the shadow and the light of that feminine. So that's interesting. And then, sorry, one last thing, just something that Moonfeather was saying, which I thought was really powerful, about the darkness of the feminine and the wildness and all of those kinds of things that we're like taught are only masculine, but obviously it's kind of both. I could definitely remember times where I've tried meditations where I'm eye gazing at myself in the mirror, and I look through myself and I see like the expansiveness of the universe and this wildness and this chaos and this just ever expanding energy that the mind can't really properly conceptualize. And it's so bloody intense, isn't it? It's like really just like, wow, it's so wild.
It is.
To be honest, it's like you're like, I'm kind of scared of myself. Like sometimes I wonder if I'm squashing my own power because I'm afraid of myself, you know, or because I'm afraid of true feminine energy, because maybe I've been trained to be, but you know, it's just like, it's intense.
You mentioned trust, and trust is so fundamentally a feminine property. Okay, if we consider just to step away from the vernacular of the conversation and just look,
it's a very wounded feminine thing, because there isn't enough trust, even in
and we've taken trust out of the equation. And when you look at the tetragrammaton, okay, let's go right back to the beginning to the occult therapeutics. If we look at the tetragrammaton, we've got the yod, the hair, the vav, and the hair. The two hairs represent the feminine side of the force. The yod and the vav represent, well, the yod's primarily the masculine side of the force. The vav is the caduceus, Mercury, and the Mercury is the old symbol for Mercury, is the man with breasts and sexual parts of the woman, which is hermaphrodite, which is why frogs are sacred to Mercury, for example. So when we're looking at the feminine, we're looking at the structure. The sperm or the yolk is entering into the structure, the mind. Something else was mentioned is water. Water is also very much relating to the feminine principle. So when we consider femininity, it can be equated to the structure of the universe. It's the law. It's also the well that was mentioned earlier, beautifully by Carlyle, beautiful drop with Carlyle. And the well also represents the cauldron, and the cauldron represents the belly. So we have the cauldron in Svatisthana chakra. In the Vedic path, we're talking about the Svatisthana, the crescent. And the crescent represents the cauldron, and the cauldron is where all the magic happens. It's where the womb is. So the belly is fundamental to the feminine reality, the womb, the belly button, the navel. So in yoga, when we're taught to contemplate our navel, we're taught to contemplate our feminine side, which is the cauldron. And in the cauldron is the structure, and faith is a power of the feminine part. So faith relates to having trust. And trust is so much a feminine part of the egregorial part of our consciousness, which has been removed by those that want to command us. And they've done this by separating us so that they can conquer us, right? Get us into separate little camps. Because the feminine principle is about trust, it's about a cauldron, and it's about bringing things together. And in this modern time, we've also got this overly, and that we have to go here, even though it's a very touchy subject to go into. But we've got this very woke way of overly feminine philosophy that's being forced onto us while turning us into masculine people, which is almost like a, you know, it's a real polarizing thing that's happening. So we're being forced to become more masculine to adapt to the world. And we're having these overly inclusive, because the principle of inclusion is a feminine one. It's not masculine. Masculine is the opposite. So we're being taught to become feminine without being feminine. We have to act feminine while being exclusive. And so we're being pushed into a corner where we're sort of disconnecting from ourselves. And the trust is being lost. Look at how we live behind walls. Here in South Africa, we've got electric fences, and we've got armed guards, and we've got big locks and big doors and to keep the criminals out. And this propaganda of crime has really been a big thing as well. And obviously it gives criminals the idea. It's like, okay, well, there are a lot of people doing crime. Maybe I can get away with it. I think that the way that we live is very much competition, and competition is once again a masculine thing. Men go out and compete with each other in order to win women. It's a very masculine way to interact with the world. So we're all being forced to become highly competitive and highly inclusive. But we're being taught to be feminine where we should be masculine, and we're taught to be masculine where we should be feminine. So we are being fed the balance of the two sides of the force of cohesion, but we're being tricked into, the man's trying to give birth and the woman's trying to impregnate him, as the metaphor goes. I'd like to throw this out there.
There was always a balance on how men were gauged. There was always a balance on how men were gauged throughout history. It was either by the amount of cattle, goats, or whatever they owned, or by their battle standards, right? By their achievements in battle. And we've not, in our known history, had a way to gauge women on the same standards. It's almost been erased. Like, we used to have tales of Valeda and different prophets and seeresses and the Voluspa, and those things were revered. But through the history, we have only the Virgin Mother. I mean, it's kind of a long stretch of a suppressed everything, not just a religion or group of religions of heathenism or polytheistic religions, but in the last 2,000 years, we have seen the suppression of everything, from the principles of the Germanic people and always equating their women as equals, and their preference for trading over commerce with coin, that created just in a trading culture, you find a certain courtesy that you do not find in a monetary culture. Because in a trading culture, everybody has to be humbled. Now, we've lost this. We've completely lost it. Everybody is running around with money, and their amount of money is now their ego. And it's almost an equivalent that is becoming the toxic blend that is destroying the balance that we've always held. Now, slowly our balance is coming back. Slowly, bits of it. I think we're coming into a new age of magic, and there are awakenings happening, and a lot of people looking into history. And I mean, a lot of it we can attribute to technology. People can look at their DNA test, see who their ancestors are, and now they have a place to jump off and start researching. Or the technology of movies, as opposed to like theater and books that were easily suppressed. People can throw movies online on BitChute now, and there's no way that they can take it down. So we have ways of spreading culture and things that are found out now that we didn't have that luxury before. So we do have an awakening, and I'm glad to see it happening, but I'm almost scared to see how they're going to resist it.
Hello.
Hello, Quinty.
Hello. Is it choppy?
Oh, no,
you're perfect.
Okay. I can't hear you guys, but I think you can hear me. So I was going to say, I think divine masculine, or just the masculine energy in general, is under attack, at least in America. Maybe if we have some American perspectives in the room, we could, we could all give a certain kind of perspective on it. For example, I live in Georgia, and I was brought up Southern, I guess, to open doors for women, or just be a certain way, be protective and productive in certain things. But as of recently, doing all those things is actually more difficult. It's actually quite difficult to be as masculine as you used to could be. A lot of men say, at least in my experience, that helping a woman sometimes could get you in trouble, because they may not want the help, or opening a door could get you weird looks, or even just asking a woman how they are. For example, I used to work as a cashier for a clothing store, and I used to ask my customers what their zodiac sign was, just to get things going. You know, just to get their I don't know, the sense of safety to relax. But I almost got fired because of asking that. Some women actually thought it was an invasion of privacy to ask, or even flirty to ask. And I even got in trouble also for saying "God bless you" at the end of our conversation. So I just wonder, what do you guys think, especially the Americans, because it's different over here. It's just a weird feeling over here.
Courtesy is being demonized.
Well,
Period.
I think that regardless, and this is to all of the gentlemen on stage, regardless to whatever the kickback is, you should never stop being a divine masculine. You should never stop being courteous. That should never keep you from being who you are, because if that's who you truly are, it should not affect what the kickback is. It shouldn't affect you and who you are as a gentleman, right? So because you're not everybody's gonna like you. Not everybody's gonna like me.
It shouldn't, Moonfeather, but they're attacking in such a way that we can't ignore it now. Look at what they've just made illegal. Now, simple courtesy of saying thank you, sir, or thank you, ma'am, could literally get you a federal charge in several states. You can catch a felony for saying yes, ma'am, or yes, sir, to somebody that does not want to be labeled that way. Now, how are you supposed to know that?
I'm sorry, because I don't know as a non-American.
It's an absurd attack on just courtesy in general. It's trying to make public less public. It's trying to make society less social. It's giving people a fear of coming up and simply introducing themselves to one another, because you now have an anxiety of not knowing, am I going to catch a felony for accidentally saying ma'am or sir to somebody who identifies as a zim or a zer? You know, it's
batshit crazy.
100%. I live in Florida. Weird. I don't deal with it. Weird. But I believe Michigan and one other state have already basically made it a felony to do so. And finable up to $10,000.
But that's very hard. I didn't know that either. I mean, to be fair, what's going on in this world at the moment, I guess I shouldn't be surprised. But that is, to use Rima's words, batshit crazy. That's just utterly insane. But we know that their biggest weapon that works more effectively than anything on this planet is fear. Create anxiety. Right. So now we're petrified to talk to each other.
Otherizing. Fear of otherizing.
Yeah.
If you've ever seen the show Electric Dreams, there's an episode that embodies it perfectly called Kill All Others. I think it's the last episode in the series. It's disturbing, and it's where we are in society. And I'm sorry I interrupted again.
If I could add something to that real quick. While everything that you're saying is completely true, Quinty, that's going to have to be a hill that we're going to have to die on. And what I mean by that is, and I'm speaking as an American Northern male who was raised by Southerners, right? My family was from Tennessee. With the atrocities happening to women and children, the last thing I could really give a fuck about is what men are quote unquote going through. And I'm speaking from my own perspective. If we don't do what we are directed to do by nature, which is, I want you to think about the connection between a mother and a son. Mommy, look at this. Understand that is where Freemasonry came from. Everything again has been inverted. Bitch used to mean respect. Cunt comes from the goddess Kunti. But if you don't read, you're not going to know that. Men build libraries for women, for their mothers, for their sisters, for their daughters, so you can recognize what kind of man you should accept, alongside my example of how I raise you. So I completely sympathize because I feel your pain. I'm not trying to diminish it. But we as men have nothing to complain about if we're not defending what we call women in the divine feminine.
So true, Kalal.
Amazing.
And it's so on the money what you're saying. And it's fundamental to understanding that the very principle of knowledge is a feminine path. The path of knowledge is a feminine path, but we've been taught to aggressively attack it through the masculine way. And so we've created belief instead of knowledge. For the masculine way towards knowledge presents belief. Knowledge should come from within. It should be a passive state of consciousness where we allow ourselves to listen to our hearts. And we've denied ourselves true knowledge, which is why when we read things, we either believe or disbelieve. It's a competition between believing and disbelieving, and it comes from a lack of trust. Once again, what Rma brought up earlier, that fundamental trust, which is like it's the basis upon which the T can stand. If you want to understand the T needs to stand upon trust. So trust is the ground that the T of Saturn needs to be embedded into, the fertile soil of the consciousness. And it's incredible how we've become so lost and divided from ourselves upon this path of infinite seeming knowledge in this world of technology, where we have so much information available, but we know absolutely nothing compared to what our ancestors knew.
And guys, I'm really sorry. I'm going to interrupt super quick. I'm so sorry, gorgeous sister. I have to go, so I'm just going to send you all massive love. You are awesome, all of you. I've loved it.
To meet you.
Such an honor, and I hopefully look forward to being with you all again really soon. But I send you all massive love, and if anyone wants to message me, go ahead.
Thank you for letting me listen in.
Thank you so much.
Well,
bye, everyone.
Peace and blessings.
Thank you for coming. Bye.
I was just going to say, like, super quickly. Hey, Quinty. I wonder sometimes what's really under attack. Is it the divine feminine and the divine masculine, or is it the materiality of what we perceive as that? Is it bodies? Is it flesh itself that people are not understanding is a holy emanation of these things? You know, like, I'm sure everyone's heard it. I'm just going to be gross and say it because I didn't come up with it. But, you know, the other week I've heard there's a clinic in the US trying to convince people to call the vagina, what was it, a bonus hole instead of a vagina, because it might offend people. And I was shocked. I was like, what? That is not a bonus hole. I just came with it. It's part of me. Like, I'm not even listening to that. I refuse to call myself that. But then, you know, maybe I'll try not to get too political so you don't get thrown off of YouTube, Franklin. But I have a lot of other thoughts on this. But stuff that's like going on in women's changing rooms now and in sport, and you know, I'm taking this. But so I'm not going to say it because I don't want to get you kicked off. But then there's the thing about like a strong warrior body as well, a masculine body or a feminine body, or it just seems to be like so superficial, this thing. Like, people really have an issue with just the vessels in which we're channeling our consciousness through. And I'm just baffled by that. I really am. But the last thing I wanted to say is that I know Fire-Fey was going to channel the Fey in terms of the divine feminine, so I don't mind stepping back into backstage now if she was wanting to do that.
No, we need more women on the stage. By all means, I'll step down.
Yep, same here. Agree.
Thank you so much, guys.
Okay, so what do you guys want to know about the Fae?
Anything that you want to
So
say
much
that's
what we want to know.
to
What do
the divine feminine.
So
well, I wanted to ask a question too.
I'm open to any questions you guys may have. I'm channeling them so you guys can ask anything you want.
Well, my question was for everybody. I was wondering if anyone has ever had like out of body experiences or experienced astral projection or maybe death, you know, because in my experience, I don't think we have masculine or feminine qualities in the next life or in the spiritual what do you call it, the spiritual realm, really. But
So
what do you guys
let's like then point this towards the Fae. Like, do they have a gender? Because if you look in a lot of like the more popular media, for example, they're always portrayed as female or girly or whatever. You know, a perfect example being
They actually
Tinkerbell from
don't.
Peter Pan.
They don't actually. That's a misconception. There is masculine as well as feminine, but there is more feminine energy. So it's kind of like an angel. There is no gender with an angel. It's both. The ones that I work with tend to lean towards feminine energy. So it just depends on how you want to work with them and what you want to use. And this is the misconception, like a lot of people say all the time. They're very tricky to work with, but they're not. All you have to do is leave out little special things for them. Like I just read recently, blackberries are their favorite. Same with little shiny stones. So if you ever want to channel them, just leave out a shiny stone or a blackberry and a little mead, because they do love mead.
It's funny that you say that because I'm presently eating Bing cherries.
I had a feeling that was going to happen. But they are so much fun to work with, especially like if you want to be childlike again in your practices. They are so much fun. And Fawkes can tell you they're very mischievous, but they're also very sweet and very humble, and they do love magic. They love it.
So, like, then what about the theory, or like what's supposedly connected to the Fae of the changelings? Because
I haven't worked with
that's more
those
the
yet.
darker.
I haven't
more the
worked with
darker
those yet. Yeah,
You
I haven't
mind if
worked with those yet.
you mind if I speak to that a little bit?
Sure, because I don't do the dark stuff.
I've died about 7 times so far, and I love the Fae. The Fae's mythology stretches across every single culture. My name is Culture24 on Instagram for a reason, or for a multitude of reasons. But the Fae, we have to remember that what we call gender, this masculine, feminine bullshit, at the end of the day, is dealing with perspective. It's dealing
Like
with
what you see them as.
well, not just how we see them, but how we see ourselves. If we're a man in this life, we need to be focused on women. If we're a woman in this life, we need to be focused on men. Like that's your literal mirror opposite. That translates to magic, which of course is embodied by the Fae. For anybody who's familiar with the movie Avatar, watch where that movie actually came from, and remember that James Cameron is a thief, right? There's a wonderful '90s cartoon called Fern Gully that shows
loved that movie. That's what started my Fae obsession, I guess.
That shows you the masculine aspects of the male Fae or fairy, and you see what their role is. You see what they were supposed to do. You see how things kind of fell apart when they didn't do what they were meant to do. Men build for women. We wouldn't have the cars we have, or the houses we have, or the money we make, or the jobs we have if it wasn't to catch your attention.
Yes.
So when it comes to magic, when it comes to the Fae, regardless of the gender, they tend to like silver, They tend to like very shiny things. Why is that? Because it reflects light in a very unique way.
And that's why they're very connected to Earth. And that's why I love working with them so much now, is that, you know, they also are very childlike in their way of being. That's why they're mischievous. And when I started working with them, it kind of was daunting at first, because it's like you hear this misnomer that they will cause havoc if you don't pay them enough respect. But, you know, I work with them in my yoga practices, my rituals with Fawkes, because, you know, we channel both sides of both of us. And, you know, they're so much fun to work with because they bring in such a light that you can't get anywhere else. And I can't talk enough about how beautiful or wonderful their light is, because people, you've probably have seen them wherever you go, with moths and butterflies. Those are actually fairies, if you believe in that kind of thing. You see them all the time. They're even praying mantises to the dark side, I guess you could say, of Fae, with the praying mantis. But they're everywhere. If you sit and meditate, you can actually channel your inner Fae, and that's what's so beautiful.
Could you talk about that a little bit? How that's done? Or like
How
your
to
process?
meditate?
Yeah,
Okay,
meditating for the Fae.
So what I do, my stone is a rainbow moonstone because it's rainbow, and I put it on my heart chakra and my third eye chakra, and I just start talking to them like they're a normal person. And that's what they enjoy, is people who actually talk to them. You can do this by water. You can do this with fire, hence my name, Fire-Fey. You can do this with earth. You can do this with air. I mean, that's what most people don't understand, is Fae aren't just exclusively for earth. They're all elements.
Exactly.
And they are
What's a good
so
opening line?
What you mentioned was the water, because water seems to amplify when you're in the presence of a lot of water. I find near the sea, near a river, near flowing water. Okay, so there's a story about ley lines. To understand what ley lines are, it's got to do with the diamagnetic effects of water and crust reacting to mineral frequency vibrational fields with regards to the reaction to the capacitizing of the Earth's crust, creating the polarities of electrical and magnetic force in the Earth, and water, which is moving, is becoming the diamagnetic principle, which is moving the energy, circulating it throughout the Earth's crust and throughout the Earth, sort of like a circulatory system for the Earth, through which the prana of the sun is able to flowing through the various different channels and nadis within the Earth. So this is quite fundamental to understanding what the Fae really represents, the structurality. I personally have, okay, let me back up here. When I first drowned, it was because of a conversation that I was having with an individual who was convincing me that I would drown when I was in the water. And I believed it, that I was 3 years old, and I drowned. I had my first of all real experience in the bottom of a swimming pool. And after that, my ESP was just through the roof. Obviously, my brain.
Oh, real quick, I think your audio might be breaking.
Well.
Yeah, it's kind
there
of
we go.
Kind of choppy.
Yeah, the maybe there's a reason for this, that it's been broken at this point. But my experience with these beings are that they are totally related to our own inner being. So we can attract there's a whole multitude of these beings around us, and we can pull the positive or the negative ones. And it depends on who you are and where your resonant field is as to what you're going to pull, which way you're going to pull, and what you're going to pull from them. And so for some people, the experience could be highly negative, and for others, the experience could be highly positive. In the same way as in civilization with people, there are good people that will help you, and there are people that will try and take you for a ride or screw you over or hurt you. And it's not different. The same can be said for the jinn. Now, if we want to talk about the jinn, it's something else to be considered, and it's essentially another civilization that's living parallel to us in the way that they are. And this is Islamic law is quite clean, quite deeply contemplated the jinn. So I also got electrocuted when I listened to the Fae when I was 4 years old. I put my fingers in the holes in the wall because that was back in the 70s when the holes were bigger. And I almost died again. And so I had different Fae with me. I had ones that would dance for me, and they would dance and chase the other ones away. And then there was some jinn that were looking for me when I was a little boy. So, and they're creatures, they're like hounds that they use on the etheric planes used to look for me. So I've had a very mixed experience of the Fae in my life. And obviously as a shaman, I've been pulled towards the ancestral connection. And the ancestral connection is very much supported by these beings. It's very much a reflection of the same substrate of consciousness, because we're all one. We're part of a chain of creation. We think of ourselves as separate human beings, but our minds are a construction of different beings in a state of cooperation, as are our bodies a construction of different beings in cooperation. For our organs are separate entities, separate beings. And the tissues within which these organs live are different colonies of beings. And so we need to consider ourselves as a colonies of organs, of beings, all bound in colonies of beings, with many colonies living in our colon, right? And even the very DNA that we have is only a third of what we're carrying around with us. 2/3 of this is microbial DNA, different life forms with different intelligences. So the cohesion in your bone structure is essentially because of other beings. So when you think, it's a group of beings operating together to allow thoughts to flow. When we breathe, it's a group of beings in a state of cooperation. This chain of life is flowing through us. And so these Fae are very much a part of the substrate of the structure of the universe, and the way in which the entirety of the universe as a consciousness field is being expressed through the multitude of beings, which are all part of the thicker earth, which is a very, very ancient thing. We won't get into that. But the feminine path going into connecting with the Fae is very, very simple in my mind. And Rma touched on it earlier. It's listening. It's when we just listen. We listen inwardly, and we allow ourselves to listen inwardly. And I want you to consider the way in which sound is affected by the presence of water. The acoustic effect on sound when you're near a body of water, sound isn't the same if you really listen. And so when you start to listen, you'll hear the vibrating ethers. And when you hear the vibrating ethers, you'll start to hear the beings talking to you. And when we listen within, we'll start to hear. So it's got a lot to do with hearing in my and I think when Mark you don't trust thing.
Yes, and like with my practice, I've noticed that you don't use your actual ears to listen. You use your heart and your third eye to listen. And that's what they want you guys to know, is anyone can channel them. And yes, they are kind of scary when they need to be, but who isn't scary when they're mad? You know? who isn't scared? Who isn't scary? And that's where, you know, with them, I have found peace within myself that I haven't had before. They are so wonderful to work with, and I think that's why Fawkes and I enjoy working with them, well, more me than him, but when we work with them, it brings peace and calm to
Fire-Fey,
my... Yes,
I have a
ma'am?
couple of questions from if
Certainly.
you were channeling from the Fey perspective. Just curious
Okay.
from that specific perspective. The two questions would be, one, what would they say about learning to know one's own intuition and to learn to trust? And the other question is, from the Fey perspective, what would be the divine true purpose of magic? Because obviously magic gets used a lot, and it's very popularized now in ways that it wasn't when it was stigmatized before. But yeah, what is the divine true holy purpose of magic? Like, why even do it?
Because it gives you connection to your ancestors and to different beings, and just like anything else, they want to be heard and understood, because they're not understood and they're not heard. And that's where, you know, that's what they keep telling me right now, is they want to be heard and they want to be brought. I'm gonna start crying, but because I'm channeling them so much, but they just want to be heard and given a chance to show that magic is okay to be practiced, and that it is okay to channel the Fae, and they appreciate that they are being even thought of today. I'm getting a lot of people crying right now, so that's why I'm just trying to
Yeah,
I'm trying to hear.
it's really overwhelming.
Yeah.
It is overwhelming because they're never listened to, and the fact that they're given a chance to
They're
be
kind of like
heard.
a dog. They're kind of like the underdog.
Yeah, and that's where they're just kind of like,
I see them.
they're
I see them
asking
all the
questions.
time myself, so I don't have any
They're
problem with them.
That's where it's like, it's so fun because it's like they're asking us questions. Really? What? Huh? So it's just, it's overwhelming right now.
I have a golden one that keeps on coming back in my
Well, that's
garden.
good.
Like that, looking at the stars in the sky, and then she will pop up. She kind of looks like amberish golden.
She's showing you her light.
She really shows herself very swiftly, and then she goes away again because she's a little bit afraid that she'll be seen too much. And I always
No,
keep on
she's just
saying,
showing
"Don't
you
be
her
afraid."
light.
Yeah, that
Well,
she is, but she doesn't want to be noticed by the other people around.
exactly. And that's where it's like, it's hard for them because like when they're noticed by people who don't have their good intentions at heart, it really disrupts their natural being, I guess you could say. Like, you know, I don't know how to explain it because there's like so much overwhelm right now. Um, I wasn't expecting them to overwhelm me, guys. I'm so sorry.
Don't matter. Don't
No need to
don't
apologize.
apologize.
No apologies.
Oh, there's just, it's overwhelming right now because they're all chattering and it's like all like craziness right now.
Yeah, I
But
understand
They're
that,
happy.
because sometimes when I'm getting visions or messages or whatever, it's like, it's thick and fast, and it's like, how do I just catch one thread? And
they
it's a
want to
lot.
say thank you for noticing them today. They do say thank you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Do you see how beautiful the divine feminine is, that we're able to channel these things,
Yes.
you know,
I
through
mean,
the divine feminine?
that's why I'm so thankful for having somebody in my life who allows me to be my divine feminine, because he's probably backstage, but he's really helped me in finding my divine feminine again. And Josh can tell you that he is a good person, that we do have one of those relationships where even the Fae are like, that's what they thrive on, is they love love. And that's why they're so close to me now than they have been, because I am so overwhelmed with love within my own tribe, because, you know, Josh has helped us grow. And, you know, that's why I'm so thankful that I'm able to channel these beings again, because they're so wonderful to be around. I can't describe to you how beautiful it is. And that's why it's so wonderful that I'm able to channel them when I'm doing yoga, because they love it, you know, because of all that energy work that you're doing. They want to help, they want to heal, they want to love, they want to help. And that's where, if more people use the corner of their eyes to see them and actually acknowledge that they're there, the more they'll come to light.
I think a lot of people neglect what they see out of the corner of their eye.
And that's where the Fae come into play. They are always there. I was on a hike not too long ago, and I decided I needed to sit and be. And I can't tell you the number of Fae that came out to play. I can't tell you. It was beautiful to experience seeing them again and being able to be around them again and seeing them. I mean, I can see them in my third eye and I can see them in my heart, but to actually see them dance and play music and just to be around that again was just humbling again, if that makes sense.
It does. And occasionally I think we all have experiences that humble us like that. And that's what sometimes it takes to open our eyes back up to a very ancient and powerful thing that many of us have been tuned and programmed to just ignore.
Exactly. And that's why I'm inviting all of you. After today, I want you all to do a short meditation and connect with your inner Fae and find joy today, because they do want to show themselves to you today.
If I could give you a quick cheat code, or anybody a quick cheat code when it comes to tapping in with the Fae, remember that they are elementals. Quinty pointed out a wonderful movie.
Elementals.
Quinty pointed out a wonderful movie that a lot of people are sleeping on, called Elementals. The Disney Pixar movie that is absolutely incredible. I won't spoil any of it for you, but
it is a beautiful movie. It is beautiful.
I've heard about it, but I haven't seen it yet.
It is beautiful. I mean, that's why I love Disney so much, even though we're not going to get into the dark stuff, but they're really starting to hone in on some really beautiful things. And that's why I enjoyed Frozen too, was because it showed you the elementals too.
Yes, they did. It did.
The way I was talking about tapping in with the fairies is get you a garden or get you a plant, because they are the ones who cause them to bloom. That's all.
Exactly. And with that plant, here's another cheat. Put in a shiny stone and have a little thing of mead. I'm not talking like drunk your fairies. I'm not saying it like that, but they enjoy the sweetness. A symbol. Yeah, a thimble would definitely work in this case. And then have a blackberry, because blackberries are what they love. That is like something that they enjoy more than anything, is the blackberries. And I'm getting the notion if you do blackberry mead, they'll love you forever.
That reminds me of the Cluricon also.
But
The cousin to the leprechaun. They're
Yep.
also a little elemental, but they enjoy the finer things so much that they tend to frequent the basements of pubs, bars, and wineries.
they do. They do. And that's where, Josh, you have some with you, by the way. They're behind you.
I think I've always had them. I used to see them when I was a kid. I used to see two little Fey when I was a kid they were related to each other and somehow, and I couldn't depict how because they were always together. They didn't look alike, but they beat each other to crap like all the time. They fought over everything, but they were always together. They reminded me of two brothers. It really did.
They were twins. They're like the Tinkerbell movie where they're twins.
Yeah, I remember being like 6, 7 years old as a kid in my bedroom, looking out into the dark dining room and watching them roll around on the floor fighting with each other over a little scrap of food or something that had gotten left out. It was absurd.
They were twins. They were definitely twins. And that's like the
I love
beauty
that.
is. Oh, sorry. Sorry.
I was just going to say, I love what Kalile brought up about the awareness of the elemental nature of the Fae. It's probably why water is a place where it's easy to connect with them, only because I suppose water automatically takes you in, because that's what water does. It seeps into things. So when one is in tune with the water, it will seep you in. Though the fire, and you're obviously fire elemental Fae, the
Yes.
fire elemental is a slightly different, more exuberant. And I've noticed that there are different qualities with the different elemental beings when we connect with them on the more fundamental, subtle levels. But something to be considered about the elemental nature of ourselves is to realize that when we contemplate the elements within ourselves, we are connecting with the Fae automatically, whether we realize it or not. And there's something fundamental about the elemental nature of consciousness. Even thoughts are elemental. If we consider thoughts and feelings, these are two poles of elements. And there's something powerful to be gained by becoming attuned to the elemental natures of our personalities and starting to look at it, for example, our breath. When you're breathing in, you are attuning with the fire element. You're becoming inspired. You're literally inspiring. Inspiration is happening, and when you breathe out, you're automatically attuning with the water element. So the very nature of our breath is a four-set cycle of elements, which is connecting us with all four elements of the Fae. And something quite powerful that we tend to forget is the elemental nature of our bodies, how we have fire in our bodies, and water, and solid earth, and gas flowing through the various different channels, and how the air is the element that dances between the fire and the water, and how the earth is the sealing bit for the cauldron. The cauldron needs to exist within the clay of earth. So there's something quite undeniably primal about connecting with the energy of the Fae as well. It takes us right back to our beginnings and our roots.
And that's like the thing too, where I love working with them because, going on this hike, I'm going to go back to this hike because it was such a beautiful experience. When I was on that hike, it just being with earth and being near water and being able to use my inner fire, I was able to channel some really beautiful Fae. And I know I shouldn't say beautiful because there is masculine Fae too, but it's just anyone can do this. And that's what they want you to know is anyone can channel them if they really put their minds to it. And that's what's so beautiful about these beings is that they're not malicious. They're not harmful, but they're beautiful creatures. And I am lucky that, in a sense, from what I'm understanding, they kind of adopted me into the realms without being stuck in the realms. And that's what, I'm so thankful for being on this journey. And I just want to invite all of you who are listening and who are backstage and who are part of my inner circle, just to take a moment after this live cast and to just invite them into your circle and into your life. They'll change your perspective on who they are.
Fire-Fey or the chat. Do you guys think there's a similarity between I guess UFO lights and the Fae? Because in my experience, I feel like they are very similar, or probably the same thing. Because when I've seen the lights blinking in the sky, and I've seen lights blinking in the forest, or at like a weird altar, they blink in like the same manner and the same color even. So I wondered if that's related at all.
It depends. The extraterrestrials are definitely different than the Fae, but in the manner that they do, that's like the way that they're communicating with each other, and that's with anything. And that's the answer that I'm getting, is that it's just their way of communicating with each other. So what you see in the sky is translating to what you see on Earth. It's just their way of communicating with each other.
That's going to be to one degree largely because a lot of what we see is Project Bluebeam.
Mm-hmm.
There is ancient technology.
They're using it, yeah.
Technology that we have absolutely no idea how easy and how deep it actually goes. When you see a quote unquote light ship, that is more of a mimicry of what the Fae are doing as opposed to the opposite.
But I'm gonna step back. The Fae are overwhelming my senses right now. I'm gonna let Moonfeather come in and speak. If you guys do want to know more about the Fae when they're not overwhelming my senses, just feel free to find me on Telegram or through Fawkes, and I will answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Fire-Fey. I honor you for sharing that. Thank you. You could feel just right through, well, I could feel right through my laptop that energy that you're feeling. It's amazing and it's empowering. This is why the powers or the abilities that are exclusive to the divine feminine are for lack of a better word, extremely, extremely special to the divine feminine, right? And vice versa, right? The divine masculine has particular powers as well and abilities, right? And this is why, and it's wonderful, Fire-Fey, that you said that you're glad that, your partner allowed you the space to channel this. So do you see how one flows with the other? Right? You were unable to reach that unless you had your partner to give you the space to do that, right? And then when you were explaining it, you were saying, I just can't explain how it feels. It's overwhelming and it's so powerful. And the same way, we as the divine feminine cannot explain what it is to give birth, to bring life, because that's a power, that's an ability that's given to us specifically, right? So what can the masculine do but give us that space to be able to give birth and go through that and be accepting and be encouraging and giving us the power that we need to bring forth that life, right? So I wanted to comment back on Q, that an experience that he had at work, and then Kal-El came in, and I want to coattail on Kal-El's statement, because it's very powerful, you know. Rama had asked, is it an attack on the divine feminine, or is it an attack on the divine masculine, or which one is it? Now, if you're going to ask me here in the 3D, I think it's more of an attack on the divine feminine, which takes us back to a comment that Lily had said, that, you know, that's why there is such an imbalance, and the scales have been tipped towards the masculine for centuries, and we've been lost. And that's why we're in so much chaos right now, right? And to go to the comment to Q had said, he said, you know, the experience that he went through, and I said, you know, you should never stop being who you are, regardless to the kickback that you get, right? So myself, this is a comment that's going to come from me, right? So as a divine feminine in my power, I don't want a nice guy. I want a good guy, right? There's a huge difference, right? A good guy, and what does that look like? A good guy who stands on integrity, in truth, in his power, you know, that leads with certainty regardless of the challenges or the fear that's being imposed in this 3D, especially against us as women, right? Why? Because we need them to stand up for us, right? It is the masculine's job to protect and to provide, right? So we look towards the divine masculine to stand up for us when the world comes against us, you know, with all of these stupid, crazy laws, and they want to silence us, because that's the problem. We didn't have them to stand up. There was such an attack on so Rama, just as you said, is an attack on the divine feminine or the divine masculine. First, you know, they have to attack the divine masculine as well to get to us. So it's the same, it's the same thing, but in different perspectives and different aspects, what I want to say, right? So this is why it's we need the divine masculine to stand up for things like this, and to give, because then that's how they make us feel safe and give us the space that we need. Just as Fire-Fey was saying, thank God for my you know, thank goodness for her partner, so she could channel all of this. Why? Because he made her feel safe. He made her feel protected. He made her feel loved and valued, right? So then we could, if we happen to be in the wounded feminine, we could start healing, right? It's wonderful if you could have a partner that's on the same path as you know, on the same healing path as you, and then you could both go together. But a lot of the times we got to first do it within ourselves, and we find ourselves having to do it by ourselves, you know. But I think the divine feminine and the divine masculine both have their special abilities per se, you know, but once that they're balanced, we could definitely come together and just and make our own, shift our reality. This is how we shift our reality. This is how we shift into a different life that we want for ourselves, you know, whether you do it within a couple, whether you do it within a community, within friends, right? Because I'm not only talking about couples, I'm talking about friends as well, right? But yeah, I just wanted to comment on that.
Okay.
So true, so on the point. And here's the interesting point. When we study, even if you look at Jungian psychology, right, so it's the woman that connects with the anima, and it's the man that connects with the animate. You look at Kabbalah. In the Kabbalah, it's the man that connects with the neshama. So the reason we have got so much talk about the neshama is because it's a masculine-dominated path. It was very much dominated by men. And so the man will always be seeking to connect with the animus within himself. And the woman will always be looking to connect with the anima inside herself. And when a man is seeking to connect with his feminine part, he becomes balanced. In the same way that when a woman is seeking to connect with her masculine part, she becomes balanced. In other words, women need to become active, men need to become more passive. And when I say passive, I mean not so much acting in the outside, but holding space on the inside. So when a man goes inward and finds his feminine counterpart within himself, he becomes a solid piece of ground, like a root of a tree. And when a woman goes within herself and finds the anima within herself, she's going to express the branches beautifully. And the structure of the tree above the ground will have a place in order for the balance between the polarities within to be reflected between the man and the woman. And it is so sad that men have been taught to denounce their feminine. It has been considered not cool for men when I was growing up. Obviously, things are changing now to be in tune with their feminine. Or men can go too far into their feminine and denounce their masculinity, which has become a bit of an issue of late as well. So that there's this very fine balance that people need to be able to find in order to create the harmonic structure so that the polarities can find what I call a dynamic balance. And we think of polarity as having two, but when we consider polarity of two, within each one of those two is another polarity. So when we consider dynamic polarity, we're thinking about the number 4. And I know this is going to be hitting Carlisle's buttons. The dynamic polarity of 4 as it's expressed. And men hold that dynamic polarity for the woman to be able to grow, because the life force principle is essentially going to be expressed through the feminine. And this is possibly why we've had this problem, because men have been taught to be overly competitive. And when men become competitive, what happens is they disconnect from their feminine, because they become too masculine in their thinking, in their actions, and it's all about the bottom line, which is why overly masculine men, and by that I don't mean on the outside, I mean on the inside, tend to objectify a woman. And it's very difficult for a woman, once she's being objectified by a man, for her to look within and find the divine masculine. So she then feels the impulse of, oh, I'm feeling self-conscious, and the trust that Rma was talking about is lost. And the trust is the pathway in for feminine in order for the woman to find that dynamic masculine, so that the dynamic polarity of 4 can become an expression between 2. What do you think, Kalai? Are you with us?
Yes, there's a lot there. You know, I have to bring it back to this whole idea of ego, because gender only exists here in this realm. You know, when we get back to the astral, when we go beyond it, there is no separation. Everything here has to be inverted. So speaking to Moonfeather's point, you have to be first in love with yourself. You have to understand that everything you see and experience is a reflection of you, literally. We can't, you know, when we attribute men to this, and well, aren't we all 50% men and 50% women? Aren't we all directly degenerative women? Don't men have meaningless nipples? Right? Like we all start out as female. You know, like this is a fact that has been largely just forgotten. Is repugnant when you think of where we actually are. But this is redemption through putrefaction. So we haven't even hit rock bottom yet. You know, when we talk about resets, when we talk about cycles and cyclicity, we have to go through the worst of the worst so we can actually remember who it is that we are. Until we tap in with ourselves, until we tap into what has been written, until we tap in with the way things truly are, regardless of how someone may choose to feel about it, that cannot happen.
I agree with Khalil. I think if we don't leave something, that the destruction he's talking about, I think we're staring it in the eyes right now. And we are the generation that's going to have to leave something behind for them to rebuild off of. We have to give them some reference material to spirituality, to culture, to common courtesy. We have to give them the building blocks, or they'll wind up rebuilding from this cataclysm in a state of primitive being. I mean, I don't know how else to word it. We've gone through so many cycles of humanity where we've had to reset and come back and start over as hunter-gatherers and slowly rebuild our cities and our cultures back up. And you know, it's getting to a point where we're looking down that destruction again. We're seeing the chaos happen before it. And I think we're discussing the very things that we need to discuss to start rebuilding, or at least give them the blocks to when it's all said and done.
Yes.
Resets. Yeah, man. We're definitely heading towards a big one. I like a lot of decoders, or in the decoder realm, we'll call it the Phoenix event, because you know we're gonna burn down. We are burning down, sometimes quite literally. But from the ashes, you know, a new world will arise, and you know, whether that be a new world order, as you know, like the conspiracy says, which is totally a conspiracy. YouTube algorithm overlords, God, if you're listening, it is totally a conspiracy. Don't block this BushWhisperer dude. It's not his fault. Okay, he didn't know. But like a new world definitely is coming, and that's just, you know, even if it's purely because the world we live in now is not sustainable. It's just it's not going to work. Not going to work. It is not working.
Mm-mm.
So, you know, this old world has to go, and a new world has to come in its place, because you know the life, the universe, energy, whatever you want to call it, doesn't allow for a vacuum. There always has to be something that comes in its place. And you know, I think what we're doing now, as you know, as individuals and on the round table and with our tribes and groups, respectively, is building that new world, is building the foundation for that new world to come. And you know, we're doing that by, you know, understanding ourselves better, try to understand our ancestors better, our gods, the divine, you know.
Well, according to the programming of society, Stijn, this conversation that we're having right now, this round table, should not statistically be able to happen. We should not have a person of Germanic faith, a person that is a mystic, another person that is, you know, a female sitting with a male. These are all dynamics that just would cause us to clash in such a way that we shouldn't be able to get along. Yet we see,
apparently so. I mean,
we see their narrative crumbling before our very eyes.
Yeah, but it's just because we don't join in on the narrative. We create our own narrative.
That's exactly it.
Yeah,
that's exactly it.
I've definitely been noticing on my own YouTube channel that they're starting to crank down on me, on the things that I do, because I'm getting like all kinds of monetization issues all of a sudden that I never had, unless, you know, I actually used a song from, you know, a band that I love or whatever in one of my intros, and it just so happened to, you know, come on YouTube. Like it's weird how that works. Sometimes I'll upload something on Rumble or Odyssey and it'll show up on YouTube as well, because it's all connected. You know, if then it says like, oh, you know, you can't monetize because, you know, copyright issues, it's like, yeah, okay, fine. You know, that's why I uploaded on the alternative platforms. But now, you know, random videos, random streams. I just did one this morning about shadow work and like the integration of your shadow to find your inner light. And I'm getting a monetization warning, a content warning on that one.
You mentioned something very interesting, which pertains to the divine feminine, renewal.
Yeah.
Renewal. I like that word you use. It's very poignant.
Yeah, I mean that's what we're doing, right? It is a renewal. It is a renewal, a revival, a rediscovering. We're coming at the peak since the last cataclysm, and now preparing ourselves for the cataclysm that is about to come in whatever way, shape, or form that may be. We're strengthening our spirits so that at least that will survive.
We're facing a revival. Only the divine masculine can guide it, and only the divine feminine can nurture it.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm having when you guys are talking about renewal, I'm thinking a little bit of last week. I think Kali got mentioned, and I'm just imagining. Honestly, it could be Shiva too, so it doesn't matter. But just a god or a goddess figure. Just this idea of kind of like this world that you guys, I think Josh, you were saying about sort of rebuilding. And then Franklin, you're saying the renewal is a big part of the feminine. Just in my mind's eye, I just kind of see this figure dancing on this mess that we've got with spinning discs that are kind of like weapons, but creators at the same time too. There's sort of the discs of a planet, maybe also too, destroying things. But then there are all these pieces that kind of we wield to make something else. I feel this sort of co-creative dance between the destruction and creation. But
that definitely
it's a little
sounds
bit of a
like
scary wild ride, but it's transformative. I know that we're all going to have to step the F up for sure. I don't know how.
That is why the card for transformation, which brings to renewal, is death in the tarot pack, and why this is related to Scorpio. It's the breath of death.
Scorpio, even though I'm scared of Scorpio, I love Scorpio so much.
Guys, I have to jump off. I'm losing battery. It has been a pleasure, and it's truly been an honor to meet some of you. I put my link, some of my links in the chat. Probably some of the first things up in the very top there. There's a link to my book, The Shadow Crown. Ironically, we're talking about life and death right now, and the cycle of rebirth and rejuvenation, and I'm in the middle of writing a book that's titled Life and Death. So I'm going to get back to that, charge some batteries, and I hope to join in another one of these.
So honored to meet you, brother.
Thank you.
Next time.
Have a nice
See you in the
weekend.
drive, bro.
Great talking to you.
Yeah.
Thane Josh of the Greyhorn Pagans. He's
Yo, Conan's back. Welcome back, Conan. We found you.
Yeah, what's going on, everyone? Yeah, if I could share some etymology on some of the historical, feminine. I just put down some notes. And maybe Kilelle can help me because I was looking up. I was still on what Kilelle was saying earlier about the feminine being the kind of keepers of gnosis and knowledge. And I remember there was a god who's, I forget which pantheon, but starts with Med or Medi. I know in the Greeks you have Apollo, which is like medicine, but there was another god. It's kind of like Medusa, etc. But anyway, let me get into some etymology just to share. These are random notes that I put down. much of the feminine influence that we've seen, that we still see today, you can see in the names of places and things like California, Queen Califia, right? You see, or Isis, anything that ends in Ia, think India, California, even think Pia, like pi, the circle, is going to be feminine. Even things like ocean, you think ovaries when you see the O, and when you see things like in Swahili, mountains means matiti, or it's matiti for mountains, right? Now, of course, my fourth grade self, obviously the second half of that word, I can see where they came up with that, or where we get the word for mountains, but you know, ma, right? So you look at a mountain, it's feminine in Swahili, right? And then you have, for me, you know, I've gone on and on about America being the old world and the land of David. So when you hear David, that's masculine. But you don't hear about the Davidas, which is feminine. So you have, and that's also where you get like Vedas. I mean, think of the word India. This is all very feminine, right? And you have water with the W, right, being women, and you have you just flip the W upside down for matter, and you have men. It's right there. Or Hua, you know, I love the terminology of Hua, which means water and the breath of the Almighty, which is mist. You mix water and breath equals mist. My story, mystery, right, over his story, yeah. So everything's inverted like that. And when you again, I was on that mirror reflection a while ago, where you have the actual reflection, you know, it's upside down, it's inverted, but in the image is the phony, it's not the real one, right? So that's something else to think about. That's why a lot of these you know, these master mages, these dark magi, will have like ponds and reflection ponds.
I'm back, y'all.
Yeah. So
finally, can you hear me?
Pondering the orb.
Yep, we can hear you. And then I'll wrap up in a second. I just wanted to just
okay,
share.
sorry.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, these are just random notes that I was writing down. Also like lunar, you know, Lucy. Of course, that women are connected to cycles. And I believe the letter C is a hijack, so I'll replace the C with an S. Cycles. You get sibyls. You get seers. You get signs, right? Like when it comes to the, you know, signals, psi. So all that type of stuff is feminine. Then of course you look at the sun, S-O-N as well. That's masculine. So the, you know, kind of, even in the very beginning of like astrotheology type things, just observing, you see the sun, which is very Saturnalia, very masculine, very Chronos, you know, kind of thing. And you see the moon, which is traditionally very feminine, and cycles, of course, right? So which are women are very affected by cycles, right? And then just to wrap this up, I mean, I was talking to I shared with Franklin the other day, when you have like clowns, and these are caricatures of like the Anunnaki, and they're like, it's like a mocking copy, it's a degrading copy, crazy color hair and smiles and crazy makeup and all this stuff now. So what we see now outwardly is a lot of that purple hair and red hair, just crazy makeup, and that is a major signal of spiritual
clown world.
Yeah, clown. It's a very overt indicator of spiritual decadence, the mockery of some of these things. So much that's going on nowadays is a mockery of the divine, of the masculine and feminine. And
most things are. Yeah,
I'll rest my mic there. I just wanted to share. These are just random.
No, you're
Thank you, Ronan.
You know, it's funny that you say
Yeah,
that that you mentioned that the sun is represents masculine energy, but in my culture, in the Latin culture, you say sun as sol, and sol is actually a feminine name in our culture. You would never hear a guy's name called sol.
And
I
Pisces,
just want to put that out there.
and Pisces, you got a bunch of Pisces in here. Is soul, the soul of your feet, feet.
Oh shit.
So
yeah, and like with the crazy hair and all, like there's something that you know, I've seen a bunch of times, a lot in nature, especially with like the poisonous animals and all, you know, those tiny frogs in the rainforest, for example, they'll have these crazy colors to basically tell you, stay away from me, don't touch me, I am highly toxic, like you touch me, I will kill you. And you know, if you look at those women or they, theirs, he's, hers, or whatever the heck they may call themselves, I mean, if that isn't toxic femininity, or you know, whatever is left of the feminine inside of it, then I don't know what is. And most of them have that crazy hair, and you know, kind of adding to it, not to disparage that whole community, but like align themselves with the rainbow community, you know, again with the colors. And I mean, the rainbow, first of all, being the promise of God, and the rainbow flag being the inversion of the chakras.
And their flag is a mockery because it's missing. It's not 7. It's like 6 colors.
Yeah,
colors.
There's missing a color. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's on purpose. Yo, Kilelle, I want to hear what Killelle's got to say, dude. Because I feel like,
ooh, this should be good.
He has something cooking. Sometimes, guys, I just want to throw stuff out there. I know, and I always know Kilelle he's gonna take it somewhere, you know.
Thank you for that, brother. Y'all all just said a whole word, and we're gonna have to get real and kind of get in the mud a little bit. But that's where mama's at anyway, right? So let's get dirty. Stijn, you just mentioned frogs, right? There's a wonderful professor named Professor Tyrone Hayes, who pointed out that atrazine, which is a chemical used primarily in frogs, is why we have so much confusion, so much like the zigzag realm Ronan was just talking about, where when it comes to the Nephilim, if anybody would like a visual reference of that, watch the movie It. Specifically, watch the remake, the part 1 and part 2 that came out a couple years ago, because you will see exactly where that mythology comes from. Read Pistis Sophia. Read the root of Gnosticism and understand that Yaldabaoth tried his best to imitate his mother, something that he could never do, and that has reflected in the behavior of males, not men, males to a large degree these days. And this has always been the case. You'll find that there's actually ancient temples and mythologies where men dressed up as women, at first seemingly to venerate the woman and then to usurp her, right? So if you look at Cleopatra, understand right now we're in Leo, right? Look at Cleopatra. That is the one supposed Nezut Bidi, or pharaoh, pharaonic ruler, whose tomb they have not found. Understand that they turned her into who we now call Jesus Christ. That's how that flips, right? Understand that Medusa, who was a priestess of that same Comitian dynasty, that's why we have the Sa on the end of that name, who was the leader of the Gorgons, who had 3 sisters, right? That Trinity again. Understand why she turned men to stone. Understand what that power truly represents. The name you were looking for, I believe, Ronan, was Medea, which is where we get the name media, right? This is why I'm a newscaster, because news goes out 360 degrees. And that is seen and unseen, which gives you a total of 720, which breaks down to 9, which is completion for a reason. Look at Avatar. The supreme deity was named, her name was all vowels except for the W, right? For that woman, Ewa. Ewa. Okay? When they destroyed the tree of souls, they destroyed the dick sticking out of the ground. That was the Washington Monument falling. They did not destroy the roots, which was the feminine, which will always remain because we come from her. Mater, mater, mother. It's the same thing. When you look at Lucy, right? Now we know Lucy is a play on Lucy for Lucifer, which means light bearer. Well, if anybody hasn't seen the movie Devil, who was the devil? And that's not to say that the woman is evil, but the woman is first. Man tries to imitate you, even in his wickedness. This is why, again, perspective is so important. We have to move and merge through these realms. We have to become one with the zigzag, which is right next to us. No longer, it is here. We have to merge through this murky water in order to purify it. How do you purify water quickly? You hit it with a lightning bolt. Why do you think Zeus became Jesus also, Isis? Right?
Oh,
Yes, there
bro.
are many similarities, Kilelle.
Oh man, where do I start, bro? You dropped so much on that. I didn't take notes because I was gonna reply, but good Lord, forgive me. I'll get my thoughts together. Forgive me.
There's definitely a lot to be considered when we look at these mysteries and the way in which they reflect each other on a physical plane. And the words are definitely a key to understanding a lot of this etymology. And we look at etymology. Okay, so the word etymology begins with et. Et is the beginning and the ending. It's the first hieroglyph and the last hieroglyph of the 22 original Chaldean ciphers. So we're talking about the beginning and the ending, which is the circumference of things, which is feminine. So etymology is essentially the feminine path. So we've been taken away from understanding etymology in the way that our minds have been taught to forget about looking around the circle of things. Just look at the point, which is the center. And an interesting point was brought up by Moonfeather about how the soul, sun, is masculine, and this is very much, in my perspective, it's simple. You've got the Ida and you've got the Pingala. These are two different flows of the frequencies that come out of the sun. And the sun is emitting a polarized light force. And at the moment, the light force that is in dominance, as in it is coming out above the epicenter, it will manifest. It's my mom, so she's going to try again and again. Just so we get the volume right off. Yeah, in terms of the
information, because ring those.
In terms of the manifestational quality that we're dealing with here, is that the one pole of it is being shown to us, and the other pole becomes sublimated. And there was a time when the pole of the sun was the feminine pole being shown to us and the masculine pole being pulled back. And so all of the signs were inverted. So the moon was masculine, is now feminine. The sun was feminine, is now masculine. Venus was masculine, is now feminine. Mercury has always been the secret one that is not polarized. It's a very important reason for that. That's why it's so central to all alchemy work. And it's also why it's got all three symbols in the glyph of Mercury, with the sphere and the cross of crescent, with the crescent. And all the other symbols of either two, or usually two of them, in a particular order, and you can tell the masculinity and feminine by the glyphs. So there's something quite important being shown to us about the nature of light and the way in which light is emitted. And at the moment, the Pingala, which is the rising masculine flow of consciousness is in dominance. And so it's considered to be the life-giving principle in yoga and tantra. If you study the Idam Pingala of the chakra system, the way in which these two fluids are flowing up and down the spine. The ancient Greeks knew it too, and you've got the pituitary and pineal gland. So at the moment, the pineal gland is dominant, but there's a time when the pituitary gland would be in dominance. And that in those times, we would be experiencing the more emotional nature of reality. So there's something to be said about the way in which they have taken our words and our knowledge from us. They've taken from us even the fact to know what light is. We think of light as being a single thing, but it's not a single thing. Light is two things. And we've seen this when we do the double slit experiment, right? There are two different kinds of light, but they try to teach us that there's just this one light. But the evidence shows that there is Ida and there is Pingala. And at the moment, the electron seems to be the dominant function, and magnetism is taking the back seat.
What do you think that light is that we see when we close our eyes? Like when sometimes I'm in bed at night and I'm trying to sleep and I can't sleep because my eyes are closed, but it's like, I'm like, I swear there's a bright light on, and I take my eye mask off and I'm like, there's nothing. It's literally just in my head. I'm seeing it in my mind's eye.
There are cells that are triangular in form. There are crystalline structured cells. They are from a time of evolution when we were crystal beings. These cells can be found in electric eels, in fish under the sea, in various different creatures that emit light. Fireflies will have these cells present. These cells are piezoelectric, which means they can generate electric current. They are stimulated by electricity in the sun. So on the human body, there's two places where you have these particular kinds of almost triangular shaped type of cells, on the retina of the eye and in the pineal gland. And so when we get the stimulation on the retina from the sun, it produces a quantum entangling effect between those two cells, which are only found in two parts of the body, the eye and the pineal gland. So the pineal gland actually starts to generate its own light. The idea of being enlightened is not some metaphorical idea. This inner light is not just an idea or a word that we use, it's a real phenomenon. And we are very much experiencing this inner light as an aspect of who we are. It's a fundamental structure of our beings. So the actual light from the pineal generates a UV light inside your skull, which is supposed to travel through the claustrum. The claustrum looks like a keyhole in the center of the head. And the light is supposed to travel right through the claustrum, and it touches the pituitary gland. And there's two different fluids that come from the pituitary and the pineal gland. The pineal gland has white milk fluid that will flow over the top of the head. And the pituitary gland has a yellow kind of a viscous fluid that will flow in through the claustrum, and they will stimulate each other and mix, forming in the claustrum a receptacle, which is the first cauldron. And this flows down the spine. This will flow down past the vagus nerve. It's got three main points in the body where it will touch. So this light, this electrical influence, is powering these two fluids, which are actually etheric in nature. And this is what you're talking about in the Pingala, the human body. And when you see the picture of these two little discs, the ancient Greeks called this Christos, when it had been anointed. In other words, when these two flows meet and flow through the claustrum, after being activated by each other, the light of the sun, the pineal gland lighting up the pituitary gland being the governor of the Ida force in the body, and the pineal gland being the governor of the Pingala force, Pingala being the neurological, electrical timing frequencies of the nervous system, Ida being the polarizing hormonal frequencies in the body that carry away for the emotional pain and the emotional energy, and the way in which the emotions and the thoughts are stimulating each chakra is what this picture of the 7 chakras in the human body with the 2 snakes. It's also reminiscent of the caduceus, and the caduceus is an expression of these forms, as you can see in ancient Mesopotamia. And so this goes down to the 3 nadis, 3 points in the body, which is your Visuddhi point and your solar point and your sexual point, which are the 3 bandhas in yoga, the 3 bandha, which are the 3 worlds of the shaman, which are the 3 gates, the 3 veils of the Kabbalists. However you want to consider it, it's the same reality, and it travels down the spine and comes back up the spine. So the whole point of the feminine path is the ascension, the bringing it back, the going into the self, taking from the world back into the consciousness field, as the masculine path is to bring from the consciousness field. But these 2 flows will reverse as per our alignment, the center of the sun, and as per the frequencies of magnetizing effects from the central galaxy, which will reverse psychically. These are all explained quite carefully in the science of the Yugas, in the Vedas. And so they haven't lost all their knowledge in India. But the actual light in the head is the masculine. And so you're seeing the pineal gland literally lighting up behind your eyes. And the more stimulated your pineal gland becomes, and you'll notice there's nervous activity when you see this light, because this light is literally got to do with electrical impulses in the body. And the electricity is what produces the light, which is where the electricity is being governed from in your body. And then obviously the darkness that you see inside your head, you've seen that too, right? It's like a substance, a fluid darkness. That you're actually seeing backwards into the pituitary gland, which creates like a cup to collect the light in, so that the light can become empowering the pituitary gland to force the white fluid to come over the head. And this is the way in which stem cells become regenerated in the brain. When one doesn't ejaculate as a man, or when, as a woman, one keeps the purification of one's sexual energy, and it rises back up the spine, it crosses the vagus pathway back into the claustrum. In the claustrum, it moves up into the brain, where it spends about, I think it spends 36 hours. It spends about 36 hours in the brain. You'll get a lot of pain in your brain when this happens. If you experience this, your third eye center will go haywire, and there's a kind of a death that you experience of cellular matter in your brain during the regeneration process. So this is step by step upgrading your pranic flow. It's part of the yoga tradition. So
yeah, that's amazing. You can so distinctly see the feminine and the masculine energies interweaving in those acts. I have to go in like 5 minutes, so for some reason it keeps popping into my head, so I'm just going to say it. I was going to say something else, but as I'm going soon, I'll just say this. I was curious about, because we were talking about knowledge, and I have all sorts of goddess archetypes coming to my head, but I'm just going to mention one. Bridges is the one I'd normally talk about, but I was thinking of Saraswati, actually. Saraswati, I'm not sure how you say that, and wondering how that comes into play with divine feminine energy. Because I feel like that doesn't get mentioned very much for some reason. So I'm curious what everybody thinks about that.
Anybody?
Well, Saraswati has to do with one of the in like the yoga of moksha, of supreme liberation. Saraswati is one of these energetic forces that I can't remember what the name of the male counterpart is that she kind of consummates with, but it's like their consummation bears the fruit of moksha.
Sa. Okay, we got to look at the root name. Sa. So you've got the Hansa. Okay, so Hansa is the fundamental union between what I was talking about, the Ida and the Pingala, the pituitary and the pineal. And so when we speak about the third eye, we're not talking about the pineal gland, we're talking about the interaction between the pineal and the pituitary gland. And in the center of the head, the fire and the power is resonating between these 2 poles like a battery, if you want to consider it that way yourself. And so Sa relates to the breath. And as Ronan is going to say, Ha relates to the breath too. If you think about it. Ah, Sa. So we've got the in-breath and the out-breath. So the sa relates to the in-breath, and it relates to music, but it relates to what we take from the music. So it has to do with, there's a name of Shiva which is reminiscent and suggesting this. When you hear about Bholenath, if you come across Bholenath, Bholenath is an aspect of the Holy Spirit which relates to Bole, which means to speak, to sing, the masculine expression. But the sa is to take that into yourself, is to take the words into yourself. It's silent, unstruck sound, if you want to get right down to what we're talking about when we talk about Sarasvati. And we'll take, she's a sphere of knowledge. She does have a domain over the sphere of knowledge. And she's quite interestingly interwoven with Ganesha in a very profound way. I know you have a profound relationship with Ganesha. And Ganesha is a scribe. So Ganesha is a masculine expression of the knowledge. But that feminine impression of knowledge is Sarasvati. And so this is why we speak about her being the goddess of music. For musicality is about going within yourself. It's a very feminine process if you think about what it is. Not the act of playing the music, but the act of going in to listen. So the ears are quite fundamental to Sarasvati. And the process of going inwards to discover the rhythm. Once again, we're going into the shamanic sphere here because the sa is related to that in-breath. The in-breath is the element of fire, and the fire element is what produces the inspiration. So she represents the inspiration that drives the musical act. And also that inspiration comes from knowledge, if that makes sense.
I wanted to interject a little because I've studied a lot of Vedas and Upanishads, and Saraswati is also called Satarupa in the Vedas, are is it the Kama Upanishad? And her name's Satarupa, and she's the daughter of Brahma, and she's also one of the metaphors.
Brahma have a relationship.
What's going on? Hello?
I was just saying her and Brahma have a funny relationship.
Yes, very funny relationship. So I was going to get into that, but she's also like a metaphor for the pineal, because all the gods are the supreme energies like lightning, water, wind, fire. They met her and they didn't know who she was, and they asked they asked her who she was, and she was like, well, who are you? And so they answered, like they'd say, I'm fire, the god of fire can burn anything up, blah blah. And then she'd say, well, I got this hay or this stick of whatever, can you burn this? And then the god would try, it wouldn't work, so she did that with all the elements, and then she disappeared. And then so Satarupa or Saraswati is also she's like synonymous with the goddess Pistis Sophia, because she can turn into animals and vegetation to try and escape from Brahma, her father supposedly. But some people say she's the daughter of Shiva and Shakti. But I think that's the same thing, honestly. But anyway, so she turns to the animals a lot to get away from her father. And I think Rama was making she's correct in pointing out this goddess as a form of pure divine femininity, because if you really think about the feminine or just energy in general, like water, for example, or even sound, it moves outwards. It's sort of like generating itself, but there's something behind it that is also pushing on that energy to move forward. It's like a potential kinetic energy, femininity, if you ask me, from what I've understood from the readings. And I think Saraswati or Satarupa is a very, very pure and very old understanding of this. But you could also go to what do you call it? Canaanite or Babylonian mythology, and you can look at the goddess Asura or Ishtar, and then Manet. And the way you say these names gives you a really good hint about what they do and what their purpose is, and you can go and trace them back to you can trace them forward a little, I guess, forward in time to the Greek pantheon, which is Ares and what's her name, Aphrodite. And if you look at those two, you can see how the human condition has tried to, how do you say, understand the feminine in all its capacity, because the feminine aspect is very broad, very wide, and very chaotic, I suppose you could say. But it's pure in the way it is. But when we look at these terms like Manet and Ishtar, Manet is the form of femininity that is quite destructive, and then Ishtar is the form of femininity that is what do you say, giving life and having barriers.
Nurturing.
Go ahead.
Nurturing, perhaps?
Yes.
And just a quick add-in, you mentioned Ishtar, an interesting, I believe it's Mayan. Their head goddess that created all things is called Ishel with an X. So when you have an X, it's actually Ish. So X and SH are very interchangeable. So across much distance, you have incredibly similar names. So that's why I'm kind of always on the etymology.
I named one of my nieces Ishel exactly for that reason.
Yeah. It in my opinion, it equals Ishtar. That's just how I don't need, and no one needs to tell me. I don't need to read a book for me to confirm that. But yeah, that's awesome. Kilelle, bro.
Thank you so much, everyone. This is amazing. I'm going to listen to the replay to catch anything else that's said. I have to go now. But
Rama, I just want to send you my love, Rama. I appreciate you so much. I really, really do. Thank you for your lovely friendship. I know we chime in from time to time on IG, and I just appreciate you so much. And I just want to say, all of these gods and goddesses that we have named all pale in comparison to you. They really do. They envy you. They envy you too, Sarai, and all of the women that have been here on this platform. They all envy us.
Love you.
Oh yes, that envy I experienced yesterday.
Awesome.
So
Have a nice one.
God bless. You mentioned Ish, and I'll chime in here just something on the Ish. Now, Ish is interesting. Obviously, it relates to two hieroglyphs. The first being life force, and the second being the principle of destruction, primal fire. So, life force expressing primal fire means fire. The Ish is bringing us back to the Sarasvati, to the Sa, first principle being expressed in the Vedic, which relates to the fire breath of yoga. So you see how this element of fire is really fundamental to this archetype, and this is showing the fiery nature of the woman, as opposed to the watery nature of the woman that we've been taught to relate to. And obviously the poles of the elements have dual polarities, right? Essentially each are part of a dynamic polarity, and each expressed polarity of itself, creating once again what I call that dynamic polarity of four, which the ancient Egyptians were all over that. Brahma has got 4 faces facing in 4 different directions, and often is considered to be in the Muladhara chakra, though also in the Sasra chakra. So there's some kind of a mystical revelation coming here relating to the number 4, and how the 4 is once again an expression of these principles. So this is the highly refined aspect of the divine feminine, in my opinion, when we're looking at these names that relate to fire. Anybody got anything to chime in? What happened to Quinty? Fell off. Oh, you fell out of the street, Quinty.
Yes.
Yeah,
I've been having a lot of issues as well.
Messing up.
Yeah, so it's highly fascinating when we start to look at Saraswati, because she's very. She also her instrument is the musical instrument, the sitar, right? Which is where the sitar comes from. It's an older form of the instrument, the stringed instrument, essentially the 6 strings. And so, in a sense, she is beyond the polarities of elements, which is another interesting point that we're touching on here, because we're talking about Sa is the pure inspiration, the unmanifest fire, if that sort of makes sense to all of you that are observing. There is the manifest and the unmanifest. And with sound, for example, we talk about the sound that is manifest and the sound that is unmanifest. And unmanifest sound is silence, but it's sound because it's silence seems to hold the most activity. Sound seems to hold less activity. If you contemplate it deeply and you spend time contemplating silence, you'll notice it's very busy. And if you contemplate sound, you'll notice there's less to the sound than there is to the silence from which the sound arises, because the silence is an expression of an unstruck sound, if that makes any sense. So we're looking at the most subtle aspects of the human awareness that can go deep diving into our consciousness to transcend our elemental nature, which means we are transcending the base 4 root chakras, which is taking us straight through the Visuddhi chakra to sound once again. And this is where the connection with Bolenat comes into play, which is the Holy Spirit and the power of the Holy Spirit to sing and speak, to manifest in this way. So we've got this very interesting dynamic going on here. I don't know if you fell out by accident or if you needed a moment, but Stijn. But yeah, the fundamental principles of the Saraswati, I think we could lose ourselves in this, because this is sort of the key when you're looking at the divine feminine from the Vedic perspective. And we can't have this conversation without mentioning Isis, which is Aish, right? Twice. So it's a double fire. It's the fire that comes from fire. And when we look at the fire that comes from fire, which is unstruck sound applied to unstruck sound, we have the initiator, which is a massive part of the divine feminine. The divine feminine is that aspect of ourselves that initiates us into new experiences. It initiates us into expanding our consciousness beyond the limits of what we were into the transcendence, essentially. And the masculine force is just really the kick that applies, but it all really happens in the divine feminine. So when we're speaking of spirituality, we are essentially speaking about the divine feminine, from my perspective. I don't know how you guys feel about that.
Yeah, I agree with you. It just came to mind that you know, that phrase, having the tongue of Saraswati, which means you speak the truth. Thought that was interesting to remember.
Oh, yeah. That's true. That's indeed well said.
Another thing that I would add to this when considering this is now we're getting into the domain of the shaman, because the idea of evocation as opposed to invocation. We've become an invocational society, which means that we are taught to invoke. We are taught to repeat words. We are constantly being invoked at through the media. What's advertising other than invoking a state of mind within us that will make us want to buy stuff? And the evocation is the true expression of masculine force. But evocation is the feminine path. And the invocation is a masculine path that causes us to become subjective or subjects, where the evocation is a feminine path causes us to become the object of expression. And the object of expression is what comes when we allow ourselves to go into ourselves and for what we call tantra. So when we speak of tantra, it's essentially the feminine. The word tan is essentially relating to the feminine principle that surrounds and brings everything back together, magnetism. And so the tantric expressions, which is essentially the path that moves towards the divine feminine, expresses the divine masculine. And when you move towards the divine masculine, you find the divine feminine, which is why men are always drawn to their counterpart, the animus, and why women are drawn towards the anima. And this is the subtle suggestion once again of that dynamic polarity we keep talking about, which is the pole of 4, as we see when we look at yang yin. Yang yin is expressing this dynamic polarity of 4, reminding us that when you're looking at 2 things, you're actually looking at 4 things. And then each of those 4 things becomes a dynamic polarity, bringing us to 8. When we put all 8 together, we've got a complete number of 9. And you see there's 3 substrates to the structure of this. There's the original polarity, then there's the dynamic polarity of 4, and then there's the complete polarity of the 8. And so these become the 3 structures that fit back to 9. So you can see how this 3 fits to 9. And then these 3 aspects are once again polarized. And that's where we gain our 6 from. So 6 becomes the field of the Makaba, which is essentially the balancing between the masculine and the feminine forces.
Hold on. Soria, can you please mute your mic? I can't hear what Franklin's saying. It's distracting. Thank you. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be aggressive with it, but it's like I want to hear, and it's hard to hear.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't notice it was so loud.
Oh, it's okay, dear. I noticed mine was doing it, so I mute mine often. Yes, so these 3 phases of polarity are expressed as polarities, each one polarity, which brings the number 6. And this is why 369 is so fundamental when we understand this structure. But when we're looking at 369, these are actually, this is a very interesting principle, because 9 is essentially, let's look at the word 9 for a moment, right? Feminine. It's got the word 9 in it, right? Femi, 9. And there's something quite profound when we observe that this word 9 has come from every different language. It's from Sanskrit, it's from ancient Greek, it's from just about every language has got this 9 in it. And it pretty much means very similar things in all cultures. And it is really the embodiment of the feminine principle, though there is also a polarity being expressed. So when we consider the number 2, we also see the number 2 as being dynamic, the other aspect of the feminine. So we've got the 2 and we've got the 9. And then when we look at this, we've got the number of Isis, which is the number 5. And the number 5 finds its completion in the number 7, which is its own fulfillment on a personal level of the cosmic scheme, as 9 is the fulfillment on a cosmic scale of the personal scheme. I hope I'm making sense here. Kalal, are you with us, brother?
Yes, indeed. As soon as you say 9, I'm all ears. I'm listening.
Yeah, so that's the fundamental structure of all of this can be seen in the numbers, and the numbers seem to be indicative of the feminine presence. And when we look at the whole scale of all the numbers, you know, the numbers seem to me to be the phases of the feminine, and the masculine inputs are moving through the numbers, if that makes sense. In the same way that the womb is the woman. I mean, all that men really do to make a baby is stick in some DNA, right? The rest of it's the woman's hands. Her cup does everything. Her cup's got all the pieces. Her cup puts it all together. The male just puts the impetus. And there's an interesting word, impetus, right? Pitta. So pitta relates to father from Vedic Sanskrit. But pittas is giving a feminine quality to the word father, which is quite an interesting polarization if we consider impetus. Impetus is a masculine form of a word which is meaning a feminine result. And the impetus thus is needs a womb, if that makes sense, in order for it to be expressed. So the fundamental structure of this universe is the feminine. To me, from when I look at everything, all the numbers, they're all expressing the feminine. Even the numbers that seem masculine on the outside are essentially the parts of the feminine form. And when we consider what the masculine is essentially the containers that this is appearing as, if that makes sense. It seems to be objective, but it's really a subjective experience, this reality. And the whole nature of the objectivity is just the tilting upside down, like Kalao was talking about earlier. Everything is upside down. So all we actually are experiencing is the feminine, which is quite interesting. It sort of causes us to ask the question, well, where is the masculine? Because we can see the work of the masculine, and we can see the presence of the masculine when we look at Saturn, when we look at the T, when we look at many of these aspects in the world around us. They seem to be acting. But in our times, in ancient times, we've always called ships. Anything you're going to name, it's going to be a her, right? Like a car, a ship. It has to be female.
Universally, when you look across the board, I don't care what country, what hemisphere, what language you speak, what culture you follow, what religion you practice, people collectively hate mathematics. That's for a reason. Now, I teach numerology, I teach gematria, and I study a great many things, but I focus on that for a reason, because it is the first language. I spell my mathematics by screaming ma first, because you can't have mathematics without ma, without mother, that feminine principle, whatever we like to call it. But we have to again remember that everything is feminine, feminine. Study the history of Nineveh, the city, and understand why they came for that city. Understand that at the center of that city was a tower. Even though we're talking about a literal feminine city, you can find that same mythology, that same reference in the Amazons. Understand that the Amazon starts with A, which is alpha, but we tend to refer to that as a male thing when it couldn't be further from the truth. This is why the double V became the W for the Vich, right? Like, etymology and numbers will take you everywhere you want and need to go, even though you may have to travel through some ugly places to get to that beautiful palace.
Yeah, but life itself is also not always beautiful. So it kind of translates to that as well.
It's so beautiful that you the way you put it, Franklin, which is, I agree. I'm in total agreement in everything that you said. It's funny because I was thinking about the other day, the art of dancing, right? Especially couple dancing, right? Where it's salsa. I've taken professional lessons, but I know by nature salsa because I was brought up to dance like that, you know, to dance and merengue and all of that stuff, you know. And then I took profession. And when I did take professional lessons, I learned that that the entire dance is to really show out the woman, right? To make her glow, to make her moves just flow with ease, right? But then at the same time, I also learned that in order for that to happen, the man has to know how to lead, because she really does go by his lead as far as making the moves, and then, you know, and in the step formation and everything like that. So if she could have the dance moves, you know, but if he doesn't know how to lead into the steps, then she can't do what she does, which is to shine out, to be, you know, that beautiful figure moving in rhythm of the music.
It's like men have the light, but they can't shine. Women are the ones that are born to shine.
What was that?
Men hold the light, but they can't shine it. They've got to put the light into the woman so it can shine. Sort of the metaphor for a baby, you know. Men hold the seed, but it's the woman that's got to make it happen. And I think it's quite telling that our world has become so woke. We need to touch onto this woke thing as well. Because the wokeism is stripping women. In order to protect the woman, we're taking their rights away from them, in a sense, if that makes sense to you.
Yes.
And so there's something quite sinister happening, where women have been given their rights back, right? Over this last 50 years, where they weren't allowed to work, they weren't allowed to vote, they weren't allowed anything. And now it's been taken away from them again. Like, soon there won't be such a thing as a woman's toilet, right?
Oh my gosh, I have a story that just happened the day before yesterday. I can't believe you just mentioned that. So I go to the gas station and to go use the ladies' room. There's only 2 stalls. One is the first stall is a disaster. I'm not going to use it. So the only one that's available is the handicap one, right? So I kind of push the door a little bit, you know, make sure I'm not, you know, intruding, or if somebody left the door open. So what I do is that I look under the stall and I see feet. I was like, okay, somebody's using it, right? So then I noticed the type of slides that there were. Slides are slippers, right? So then I said, let me just wait outside. Just something, and I never do that. Something just told me, wait outside, right? Until they finish using the bathroom, just to give them their privacy, whatever, right? So then I'm waiting and I'm looking at, you know, the stuff that's there, whatever. And I'm kind of away from the bathroom, and there's people that are still walking from that direction because it's men and women's bathroom in that area. So whoever's walking past by me is because they finished using the bathroom. So I see this guy walking out, and I happen to look at his feet, and it's the damn slippers that I saw. And I'm like, wait a minute. And I told him, I said, were you just in the woman's bathroom? And this guy, he's like masculine. He's like super masculine, you know, he's got his jersey, this and that, or whatever. He didn't look like he was trans or anything, you know? And I was like, did you just use the woman's bathroom, you creep? And he's like, yeah, did. Everybody does it. Just like that, with the real stupid Rhode Island accent. Yeah, everybody does it. I said, no, they don't. Only perverts like you. Oh, forget it. I'm sorry, but I get extremely passionate. But come on, like, really, everybody does it? Is this this is the energy that's out there? This is what's going on.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's really crazy. Thank God I'm not happy. I'm not experiencing that here yet.
No, it really did take me by surprise. It took me by surprise.
It's insane. No morals are just dropping like 10 meters.
Yes, it's getting to the point where men are forgetting. Chivalry was an important part of our culture, I believe. And chivalry does relate to fundamentally what you're talking about with that dance, right? So men are supposed to lead. We're supposed to lead by being chivalrous. And when we lead with chivalry, then the women respond to that with their dance moves, if that makes sense. And so men are being taught to take the chivalry out of the equation. So there's nobody leading the dance. So both men and women are lucking out. And I you know, you can say the same for men looking at like a lot of women that would be very pro the wokeism. I think it seems to be very supported by a lot of women for some reason. And they don't recognize and realize that they sort of, the rights that they fought so hard for, they're going to lose them. You know, it'll get to the point where and it starts with small things. I mean, you look at the sports, for example. The way men are competing against women because they identify with sexuality in the way that they do. It's not fair to the woman if you look at it in terms of reality. And can you imagine being a woman and you have to play women's basketball against somebody who's much physically stronger than you are? Like, you get hurt, right? And there just used to be a very different life. When I was young, I went to SAC, which is a very, we used to have to wear these funny boater hats, but we were taught very much chivalry. Like, there was a right way to behave around ladies. We had to open doors for women and stuff like that. And I think there's something to that. I think there's something quite powerful about a man serving the woman, because then the woman wants to serve the men. I don't know, ladies, how do you feel about that? So these days, women respond negatively towards chivalry. Have you noticed that? Open a door for a woman, and she might look at you as if, like, I can open my own door, thank you. I don't know if that makes sense to you. Ronan, have you experienced this? Kalal,
so
what about, yeah?
I think Ronan has to go, so I wanted to let him speak first.
Yeah, guys, I'm gonna drop off. When it comes to how I treat people, I treat them how I want to treat them. I create my own reality, so I'm always opening doors for women. I'm always doing that. I operate in my own time zone. You know what I'm saying? So wherever I am, I treat women like women, and I treat men like men, and I respect both. And of course, with the yin and yang symbol, you know, you got a little bit of black in that white, and you got a little bit of white in that black. That, you know, so that's there's always a little bit feminine and masculine. So I don't operate on the false reality that they, quote unquote, the enemies of humanity, those that wish to destroy, and suck all energy and enslave and kill everything and everyone in this realm. I don't operate off of their programming. So that question is like, I'll be super polite and I'll do it even more towards females of my same species. So we're all beings. So that's how I live. But then again, I don't go to New York and those types of places. But I'm going to check out, guys. This has been truly fabulous. I appreciate each and every one of you. It's an honor to be here. Come check us out on, I got the YouTube thing. If you guys want to check me out, we're taking a break on the Friday night Ronan experience, but we'll be back and we'll come super heavy, recharged. And last but not least, I recommend everyone do a quick lookup of Phoenician and Hebrew and English and look at those actual symbols, you'll find it interesting when you see things like the Y, and that evidently translates into actually an F in modern time. And you think about the Y chromosome, that's supposed to represent the seances or the scientists, priest class. The Y chromosome is supposed to be for the males, but it actually translates into an F evidently. So that's just another like fundamental, inversion of all things. So I would recommend everyone just do a quick image of where this alphabet comes from, and you'll find some interesting things. Anyway, much love, peace, and harmony. I'll be listening. Have a wonderful day, everyone.
Bless you, Ronan. Thank you for coming along. Thank
Much
you.
love, Ronan. Check you later.
Love, peace, and power, Ronan.
By the way, Stijn, is Fire-Fey around? I know she said she needed a break, but if she does come back, if she wants to, I don't know where she's busy.
Yeah, I'm currently on the phone with her. We're talking through some things. I'll go off mute and off cam in a bit. I'm not sure if Fire-Fey will join again, but I'll keep
just
you
wanted
posted.
her to be welcome, and she shared a lot, and I wanted to thank her for bringing a lot of genuine heart into the space, because she was sharing a lot of herself. It's difficult to share so much of yourself.
She has become more comfortable with that, mostly thanks to the Fae. She is a Fire-Fey, so of course. But like I said, we're talking through some things right now of like what's going to happen in a few days in my personal life, getting all kinds of warnings. So I will be back, and maybe Fire-Fey too, but I can't guarantee it for her. But I'll be back in a bit.
When did LiberLam jump? I didn't even notice. LiberLam, you've been here in the room. I thought you weren't there. I didn't see you. It was underneath. I hope
it was just a moment ago. I accidentally pressed back on my phone, and it took me out of the app, and I had to go back in.
Okay. Yeah, it's truly magnificent when we consider what Ronan's talking about as well, and that subterfuge, trickery.
Well, not only that, but what I thought was about the last thing that Ronan said was that it kind of is in line with the times changing, like that. There was a time when male things were feminine and feminine things male, like what you told a while ago. So that kind of made me think of that.
It definitely does, but to me it seems, from my perspective, that a lot of it's being done by design by a group of individuals.
Yes.
And the dukes, they structured the education system in order to brainwash us. And it was done by force, like we were literally burnt, we were drowned, we had our possessions and our lands confiscated and our families put to death if we maintained our sincere devotions and beliefs of our forefathers and ancestors. And we were sort of brainwashed into becoming overly masculine. Like the Catholic Church became very much a man-dominated place, right? And
I think
that's cool. Not a problem.
I think that area has always been masculine, because if you look at all the priests and stuff like that, there's not a woman who is on top there. It's like a purely male structure. You only get in if you're a man and if you have spent a certain amount of years in a monastery.
Now the elephant in the room, the divine feminine. The elephant in my mind that we haven't touched on is the artificial aspect of intelligence and the way in which information is being coded. Obviously, you know, the AI systems are very much powerful utility engines, right? AI can be used in so many ways to do so many good, amazing things. It's such a great power if you think about it. But in a sense, it causes us to become less active. And by that I mean we don't have to be conscientious about how we spell, because the AI system will spell for us. We don't have to be conscientious about much. I mean, now they've got, somebody was asking in a group, do you use Grammarly? Which group was that? It was a Telegram group sometime recently, to someone else. And I thought to myself, wow, is this Grammarly really being used by a lot of people? Soon we won't be able to speak right anymore, because we'll become so lazy that we'll allow AIs to do it all for us. And so there's something about allowing the woman to do everything. And this wound me up when I was in India, because the women in India feel it's their responsibility to serve their men. And it's a cultural thing. And you've sort of got to respect culture when you're not in it, if that makes sense from the outside. Like, at first I had a hard time, and then I realized, well, who am I to come and tell them to change their culture? If they want to do it, it's their business. But there's something in this where the masculine side of the force is really, it puts its impetus in the beginning and then it kicks back. And so it does its heavy motion, heavy lifting, and then it doesn't do anything. And the feminine force is what's going to do everything else in between, in that sense. In the same way as in the old times, where the man would protect the family or go out and get the resources, but it would be the woman that would be doing everything. And so there's something about the AI almost playing the role of the feminine. I don't know, I'd love to get your feedback on that. Taking up the role of the lady in the house.
Well, you bring up some very interesting points, brother. If again, I have to relate to the fact that we're in Leo season, right? Why is the lion referred to as the king of the jungle? Especially when you look at the female lion, the lioness, is the one who actually does all the hunting. She goes with a pack of females and they hunt. What does the man do? What does the lion do? Do you know where the word husband comes from? The husband is the one who actually stays in the den, stays with the cubs and raises the children. So nature is trying to show us how things have been reversed. The culture you were just speaking about, the women take care of the men the way that they do because they need the men to realize that they should be doing that job. You see, remember again, everything is inverted. So we're here to learn and remember ultimately who we all are. But until we look around properly, until we truly take in our surroundings, even as chaotic as they may be, this realm has no choice but to continuously reset, essentially until we get it right.
Anybody want to respond to that? I can feel LiberLam's mind wheels turning. Are you with us, brother?
I do need to make myself a coffee. I've been really enjoying listening to all these different takes on the divine feminine, and I feel that some of the stuff has been so insightful to listen to that I'm kind of stumbling over what to even respond to, what to respond with reference to, and I guess with what Kilelle brought up about the lions and the lionesses, it kind of struck me in the idea of like a spiritual community, where I feel that we've lost this sense of roots in a community, where spiritual wisdom is something that is kind of held above material accumulation. So being in harmony and being in balance is seen as something that should kind of be subdued, and I think that has a lot to do with like primal instincts being suppressed. Like I think a lot of people with ADHD have a very primal connection to energy, myself included, and with that, it feels like, to me, it feels like I guess like the suppression of ADHD feels like a suppression of the feminine spirit within you, within myself, and so I was thinking about kind of just the organics of it, like if men aren't in this competition of strength and kind of trying to, I guess, compete unfavorably, compete uncharitably, then I think that men would enjoy themselves better within just their relationship to their own masculine spirit, just with that feminine kind of balance and just the causes that we take up.
That's a very interesting perspective, and I can completely relate to where you're coming from. It is definitely something that I think that we've forgotten fundamentally. Our society has become so effeminate, and I'm going to use that word in a very specific way, because I think of the female as being the circumference of the universe. Male is just the trigger that's acting. And so the circumference, we're hemmed in from every direction. We're hemmed in our homes. We're hemmed in how we can move around, which roads we can travel down, which directions we can travel. We're hemmed into which continents we're allowed to leave, which countries we can travel to and from. We need to get these little passports and books sorted out. We're hemmed in financially. We're hemmed in from every different angle. And then, of course, societally, we're hemmed in too. Now, we're hemmed in on YouTube. We've got to watch our words very carefully, because we get stuck off YouTube if we use the wrong words. So, like you say, we are moving further away from the freedom of expression into a dark road of being forced to suffer the impressions. And the impressions we're being forced to suffer are essentially the structures of thought that we've become coerced by. And there definitely seems to be a line of coercion happening around us. And it's obvious that, like, you turn on your television, right? Whoever's controlling all these media channels and which media channels get coverage and which ones get to broadcast into our zones, and the BBC and CNN, all of the big ones, it's fundamental to observe how they're all pushing the same narrative. When we look at this narrative, we start to understand that it comes back down to really money. And now we're getting to the root of the evil, money. So it's the moon. And you're in the USA, so it's the dollar, which is a breakdown of the name ISIS, right? ISIS, ISIS. So this is the embodiment of the feminine currency, if you want to put it down into raw terms. There's a really good way of understanding the divine feminine. It is the currency of life. And the male counterpart is the economy of life, if you want to consider this, currency and economy. And so the masculine is about leading, as Moonfeather was saying, as the economy is leading the use of the currency. And so I think we've become so obsessed with the divine feminine of currency that we've actually left it behind, moving actively as divine masculine to continually trying to get more of it, more and more and more, because, well, somebody's controlling the financial system.
I think it's interesting how that association you made with how the divine feminine relates to currency, in that like currency relates a lot to libido, and a common thing that happens these days is fetishism in the libido, where instead of having a kind of a clean organic relationship, the relationship becomes one of overconsumption, and I think that it's something that exhausts vital energies. And you had some very insightful things to say about it in your video on masturbation in your season 1 of your BushWhisperer Speak series. And to be honest, it hits close to home. I'm not an innocent man in that regard. I won't lie, and I won't even say. I won't say that there's been many periods in my time between being a teenager and an adult where I've really had a great austerities when it comes to that side of things. So so it's something to work on. But I think that the way that kind of thing works is a sort of auto fetishization, and that's an even more insidious thing, is when that kind of dissociation of the libido is happening and you don't even notice it. And I look back to like ancient communities, like I guess like a model that I use is ancient Indian communities, where there wasn't this libidinal suffocation. If a person was, let's say a man wanted to find God, if he wanted to find inner divinity, he went and sought the abundance of the vitality, the abundance of the prana or the libido, and he did so in the form of sense restraint, and maybe not like asceticism itself. That's more of a priestly thing, but something I think that kind of aligns with a primordial form of the middle way, not the complex philosophy, but the kind of idea of not clinging to viewpoint and things like that.
Definitely, brother. Definitely. And we're going to look at the word masturbation. It starts with well, it's a master, and which is a very masculine concept. And obviously, to bait is more of a feminine concept, because to bait something is to become less active. You bait it and you wait. There's patience implied. The patience is the masculinization of the feminine, in as much as the word patient relates to patrik, which is father, patri, which is pati of Sanskrit. So there's interesting polarities being expressed in the concept of masturbation. And I think that it comes down to one very simple problem in society, is that the feminine, and I won't use the word divine feminine here, I'll say that the feminine form has been plastered all over the media in terms of women on cars with hose pipes to buy cars, or advertising has turned the physical form of a woman into something that is imprinting itself on the male's minds. And we're all suffering from this very deeply, because it's very hard to watch a film that doesn't have some really sexy woman that's being cast in a sexy role that's suggesting sexiness in some way, and sex is being sold as a currency, like it's wholesale. In fact, we're seeing here how money and sex are connected. which is rather interesting when we look at the sexual mysteries of the tantra and the way in which, obviously, the kundalini, the kunt, which is relating to something that Kalal was saying earlier, is essentially this sexual power. This is effectively the cauldron. The sexual power is the basis of what's flowing through this cauldron. If a magician or a witch or someone is attempting to influence odic force in any way in order to produce a shift in the consciousness field that can restructure reality, it's all happening fundamentally in the cauldron, which is the sixth principle of the Hermetics, if we want to consider this. The cauldron represents is the causal influences of causality, of one cause knocking on another cause to result in events. The causality of eventuality is essentially what we've been sold. And so men are being forced to constantly look at the bottom line, right? And that is, it's equivalent on a subconscious level with an orgasm. I'd love to hear other people's ideas about this.
You got me thinking with that cauldron, the cauldron idea. I was wondering, this may be a little bit off topic, but as far as like a male version of the cauldron, the womb, would you consider maybe the Dantian to be related to that? I'm not sure what goes into constructing it, because I know the Dantian is like a combination of energy centers, or it involves a yoga in and of itself. But as I understand it, there is, I guess, like a kind of buildup that sometimes happens, and men will actually start to develop like an energy womb where they've accumulated too much of one kind of energy, and it's almost as if their stomach has become like a pregnant woman.
There's something about this. There's something quite interesting that you mentioned. The desire body is essentially what we're talking about when we're talking about the cauldron. So we think of Mars in its active form as being Aries, relating to the body. But when we look at the mystic side of Mars, we're looking at Scorpio, which is actually a very feminine sign if you get right down to it. And obviously relating to this, the sexual power of the cauldron that is manifesting the body is the Scorpio aspects. And so this does very much relate to fundamentally desire. And desire relates to the occult force, because the Scorpio does rule over the occult. I mean, you're an astrologer, right? So you would consider that as a given. And so understanding that the occult force and the causality and the obese problems that we're having in the world with food is a way to cut yourself off from the occult. Because when you don't eat, you become more inward as a man. And when you eat, you become more outward, if that makes any sense in the way that I'm describing it. And so that the act of eating is to generate the sugar force to make us become active. Where when we're eating less, we're becoming more passive because our metabolism is slowing down. So there seems to be this relationship between the active and the passive. And we've been driven by currency to be sexual. And have you noticed that if you masturbate and you ejaculate, that you get hungry? There's this very powerful relationship between the desire to put food into the tank after you've shot your load, so to speak. And when we consider this Kundalini flow, and we're going back to the Greek tradition when we speak about the Christos. The Christos is the anointed oil that travels from the base root of the spine up through all 33 vertebrae in order to reach the claustrum, in order to regenerate the brain cells. So men literally get stupid when we ejaculate. We lose intelligence, we lose life force, we lose essence, vital essences, and our brains are not able to regenerate cells. So we start losing brain cells, because when we don't have sex, the currents are able to flow, some of them flow back up the spine, and that becomes a natural process of the Christos regeneration in the brain, which is fundamental to the higher planes of intelligence. So there is something to be said about all of the bombardment of the senses with this advertising campaigns to put naked women in every man's brain. And as a man, it's like one of the reasons why I don't like to watch films, because I don't want to be turned on by some random woman.
It's interesting with what you're saying. I'm just taking everything in from the time that you was talking about. I think you said you were in India and you saw how the women, right, love to serve the men. It's the same thing in our culture, in the Latin culture. You know, we love to serve men. You know, I think it's just genuinely in our nature because we are nurturers, right? And I think that the only time that that's bad is when it's toxic. It's good if it's not toxic, right? So you really have to know yourself and who you are, right? So to make sure that it that the women aren't serving men because they're misogynistic, and you know, and this is something that they do to brainwash women, that this is what you, because we get that a lot in our culture, right? And that the women aren't just a people pleaser, and that she's healed, you know, emotionally, spiritually, she's healed. So all of that energy is given what's the word that I'm looking for? Reciprocal, right? Yes, it's reciprocal. And then I want to make a point to what Carl said, that earlier in the show, we said men do everything, and I'm paraphrasing, that men do things mostly just to get for the woman's attention, right? Everything that he does is for the woman's attention, right? And which I want to comment also to what you said, Franklin, that all of these shows, they show, oh, you with the man, and then sexualizing women and this and that, but for what? For the ultimate goal of just, to just release. And I have to be a little bit more careful because the kids are coming in and out of the room and I don't want to say too much. But anyway, I think all of that, that's where it turns toxic, right? So yes, men do things to get women's attention, but is it coming from a healed place? Is it coming from, a place with, where it's positive, that it's not toxic, that there's goals, and and then what you're looking for in your woman, and vice versa, and all of this that's out there in this world, all of this toxic energy against exposing women, exposing men, and how everything, sex sells and this and that, whatever, it's all to demean or to pervert, the connection between divine feminine and divine masculine. That's why I think it's important to know who you are, so then you're able to identify these things when you decide to take a partner, right? So I found this quote that said, women are the most magical creatures. Our bodies are the vessels in which life is formed. Our yonis are the gateway to the source of all creation, and our wombs are a place where all life begins. However, at no point in our education, either schooling or throughout life, are we given guidance on how we must nourish and pay attention to this incredible part of our bodies.
Wow, that's a quote, eh? That's a quote.
That's a very
That's
beautiful
powerful.
quote.
And you know, and that's something that I didn't learn growing up. You know, I didn't have the guidance, you know, from my parents. You know, I wasn't taught on how to protect my energy. You know, I was believed in, you know, if I was the good wife and this and that, but I wasn't taught on how to choose a good husband. I grew up in an abusive relationship. My father, you know, used to abuse my mother. And, you know, so all of these things just stem from, like I said, just looking, you have to look within. You know, as you get older, you're responsible for your healing. And, but these are the important things that I learned, you know, to protect my energy. I'm not out, you know, I learned that if I protect my energy physically, emotionally, mentally, you know, I'm not out there freaking, you know, hooking up with every Tom, Dick, and Harry, and then try to make excuses for it because they, you know, you have this movement with this toxic femininity that says, oh yeah, you're free. You could do whatever you want. You could sleep with this guy. If some other guy does, if guys do it, they don't get, you know, they don't get stigmatized or anything. Then women could do it too. But then what about energy transfer? Is energy transfer not real? You know?
Of course it's real.
Do we not absorb other people's energy? And then you're telling me that I could sleep around with multiple men, and that's not going to affect me, who I am, my spirituality is not going to affect my environment, it's not going to affect my energy. Of course it is. Of course it is. But a lot of women don't want to hear that topic. They don't want to understand that, you know, but this is my opinion. You know, I have to, you know, be clear because not a lot of women think like I do, you know. But what I've seen is that the women that are out there and just expressing themselves, you know, freely, you know, giving away the vajayjay like hotcakes, you know, it's not really working out for them. I'm just saying it's not working out for them, you know, and the more I preserve my own energy, you know, and if you want to, you know, if a woman wants to masturbate, then that's on her. I don't see any harm in that, honestly, you know, but I think if I reserve and I'm chaste, you know, in the time that I do find someone, that I'm actually growing in my spiritual power. I become like, because I don't have all the drama, you know, I'm reserving my energy and things like that. I'm becoming more powerful within. I'm loving myself and stuff, and I'm elevating little by little, even though life is happening around me, but still, you know, but I'm starting to open different parts of my mind as well, you know, so that's why, you know, I myself have to protect that peace, you know, and that power that I have within me, because I know what I'm offering, you know, so I need to make sure that I take care of myself first, physically and mentally, emotionally, you know, and before I'm able to bring somebody else into my circle, and but then also be a good example to my children as well, you know, because what I learn now, I'm passing it off to my children, and I never learned any of that, you know. So I think it's my journey. It's been a blessing.
And what you say is so poignant, because we were taught as boys by the media, by Hollywood. Okay, let's just stop for a moment. Hollywood. So the Holly branch is one of the sacred woods of the Druids, and it was used for processes of hypnosis. So Hollywood is a hypnosis wand that will hypnotize you. So Hollywood hypnotized us, along with other aspects of it, the advertising, the news, which were also extensions of the same group of people, you know, these media giants, to believe that we had to laugh at the idea of a woman having periods, and that it was, you know, I remember jokes that we used to tell when we were in school, when we were like little boys. there were like all these jokes that would go around, which were relating to the period, because it was like, it was something we weren't supposed to talk about. We weren't supposed to think about it. And I think it must be that it obviously was the same for women. And it's like, it's quite sad that everything is being focused on the male genitalia. It's like it was always okay for men to be sexual creatures, but it was not okay for women to be sexual creatures. So when we were young, it was considered cool and trendy for a bloke to be having sex with loads of women. But if a woman did it, she was a slag or some other bad name, right?
Yeah.
Right, exactly. But I don't, like I said, this is my opinion as well. I don't think men should be hopping from women to women either, because they're picking up all that crazy energy. You know, yeah, go ahead.
The men were told to be promiscuous, right? So just look at this equation.
Right.
The men were told to be promiscuous, and the women were told to be ashamed if she's promiscuous. So who are the men going to be promiscuous with other than the woman?
Exactly. Thank you.
So she was being told to be ashamed of her own body, of being a woman, through the subconscious. Right.
Yeah, and that's where low self-esteem in women comes from, because they idolize themselves to images that are not realistic. They are being taught things that are not focused on them, but on what will the world think of me if I do this, or if I say this.
You bring up such a good point, because this is something very close to my heart. I'm quite against, and it's plastic surgery.
Oh my goodness, yes.
And it's becoming such a big thing in young people in the UK, to have their nose done, to have their face changed, like they're not good enough being who they are, who looking the way they were born to look. They've got to look like something else, or liposuction, because their bodies aren't thin enough, and health is being put on the backtrack. People are more interested in the way they look.
Or Botox that they inject in their lips because their lips aren't thick enough. That's also something. And I'm like, come on, act normal. I mean, my lips are thin, but I've never wanted that. Not even when I was young. It was like, I was born this way. It's okay.
There are even people who are tattooing the whites of their eyes. Can you believe that? Just turning their eyes totally black.
I can feel that. Oh,
yeah, that's wild. That's wild.
And it risks blindness. Like it's not always something that's risk free.
Yeah, I bring up a very important point, because we are taught. It's not until we teach and educate ourselves that we can kind of begin to make sense of this, because the world's going to tell you something. The TV is going to tell you something. Your children are going to tell you something. Your partner, if you have one, your mother and father, if you have one. What does the world matter what it thinks about you if you don't know what you think about yourself? If you don't know who you are, the world can tell you any damn thing, and you will believe it because you don't know better. We only believe because we don't know.
That's right.
That's so exactly what it is we've been taught to listen to other people's ideas, or to the media's ideas, instead of express and listen to our own hearts. And it's sort of like being taught to give the keys to the lock of your mind to someone else, in a sense. And that's part of the whole education system. Sorry, to continue. Sorry, I thought I heard someone saying something.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
so
I said yes. I said that's true. But it is so. It's exactly like that. Because what I was saying earlier, that people are so, especially women, they are so focused on what will the world think of me, that they forget themselves. And that is such a shame, because you can do so much more if you can just look within and let external factors not get in your way.
and that, I think we're getting close to wrapping up here, but I like where you put that external factors. And the external factors that are getting in the way, and he has read Plot Dickens, are the thoughts that have been implanted into our minds through the power of words and images.
It's not called spelling for nothing.
let's look at a coffee. Who is it? Is it Costa? It's Costa, isn't it? So Costa Coffee used to have the logo of the naked woman's body. Yes? With the hair flowing down. Those of you that know Costa Coffee. And they had to change their logo. There was so much pressure on them to change their logo because it was too sexual. So this is like one of the biggest coffee outlets in the world, right? Costa Coffee. And look at how Coca-Cola advertising has been. It's interesting when you look at how much we've been abused psychologically by corporations. Let's call it what it is. It's corporations that are abusing us psychologically.
Of course.
And so we're developing these internal, mental, emotional, psychological problems. And it really comes down to the media. So we have no choice but to start pulling ourselves out of the media, which is, I suppose, why this platform has become what it has for us to be able to have these conversations, because people cannot rely on watching television anymore. They have to find entertainment elsewhere. So that opens the door for us to be able to have conversations. But have you noticed how YouTube is changing fast? And it's like it's creeping in. And I think there's just no way to escape the currency financialization of everything in the world. I've often had a problem with it, and I know Kilalle's had a problem with it too. And I've learned to sort of bite the bullet, so to speak, in more modern times, or in the last years, since I've had a child, I've learned to become more sort of financially focused a bit. But I lived my whole life without holding on to anything, without holding on to material possessions, without needing. The only things that I've got that I've had for many years are my crystals, which are sort of my only things that matter to me, and I use them for my work. But lately, it's very easy to get lost in the way of the world, and I think 90% or most people are completely lost. And I notice myself starting to get lost a little bit, and I think that is the pull of the feminine, once again, being used occultly by those that know how to utilize these forces, bending the divine feminine within us all by the use of money, and by aligning our moon's energy with the finality of the polarity, bringing the 2 and the 9 back together. It's like they're using the force of 11 to bring us back to 5, which is essentially about challenge. If you think about what fire represents overcoming challenges. And so when we're overcoming challenges, we're moving towards becoming slightly severe in the way in which we act. And so this severity is becoming very much a part of the currency of society. People are becoming more and more judgmental towards what they don't like, don't tolerate. Even though we're supposed to be becoming more inclusive, the inclusive is total exclusion of everything that's not inclusive. Are we going to be wrapping it up, people?
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a wonderful.
What do you have to say, Moonfeather?
This is great. This has been wonderful. Thank you so much, Franklin, for another wonderful live and giving us space to and the grace to speak, right, on the divine feminine, on who I am, and sharing all of these wonderful different perspectives. It's always a blessing to be here with you guys, for sure. Before we leave, I just want to make a small announcement that I decided to take the dive and do my YouTube live. I was kind of in between. I was waiting for some confirmations, and Spirit has been really, really wonderful as giving me the confirmations that I need. It's gonna be, I just found out today that it's gonna be August 9th. I'm gonna post it in my IG. I put my IG in the chat, in the private chat. I think I should put it in comments too. I always forget that I could go into comments with everybody that's in the chat. I forget that. But yes, so August 9th at 7:30 in Eastern Standard Time. And what I will be doing, I won't be on long, maybe 45 minutes, maybe an hour. What I'll be doing is I just want to share some of the gifts that I have as far as dream interpretation, energy readings, and just talking about maybe the present astrological energies that's going on. But I just want it to be warm and fun and uplifting, supportive, and with help, with hopes that, this is just like a self-discovery type of thing. I'm still on that journey, but aren't we all, right? Self-discovery. And but then we could do it together, just laugh and learn and just discover the magic of spiritual guidance. We could do that together. My Shopify by then will be up for sure. And I will have NFTs available in exchange for private sessions with me. So I will be posting that on my Moonfeather Rising IG. So stay tuned for that. Listen, I want to give a big shout out to Vega Omega. Like I said, I forgot that I could switch over to comments in the chat, and he was there supporting as always. He on the Ronan Experience, he is our resident artist. He's amazing. I keep saying he has a wonderful story. If we could ever get him on, I know Ronan's gonna get him on one day. And much love to him, his wife, the kids, and he's an amazing man. Really is. Thank you, Carlo, for introducing us to Vega. And so I just want to end it with telling everyone much love and peace, health, wealth, prosperity. I'm sending you guys so much love and energy. And thank you again.
Thank you, dear. And I want to tie what you said into what Kalila was talking about earlier when he was talking about mathematics. And you used the word discover 3 times. And it's such a beautiful word, discover. What is the word discover? It's a disc, which is the form symbol of the feminine, the divine feminine, and over. So the disc that is over us. And he was talking about mathematics. And Mars is the disk that is over us from the ancient Egyptian tradition. And it is through Mars that we developed the sciences and the mathematics.
That's
And
amazing,
so,
Franklin.
just thought to tie those two words together with what you guys were talking about. God
Thank
bless
you
you.
for
Thank
that.
you so much for being here.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You're very welcome.
Who else would like to wrap up, have the final words? LiberLam or Kalile or Soraya?
I would love to say thank you, Franklin, for creating this space. It is incredibly powerful and much needed. I want to say thank you to Moonfeather and to all the women, Soraya, Rma, everyone who was here, Fire-Fey. Thank you for blessing us with your energy, and thank you for doing everything it is that you do. It is severely needed. And to all the brothers, all the guys, all the kings here, thank you for embracing your divine feminine to the point to where it has led you to this point. I stress any and everyone to tap in with yourself, understand why it is you magnetize this reality to you, and understand how you can begin to change it. Love, peace, and power to everyone.
So much love to you, brother. Be blessed. And thank you for bringing your formidable mind, your intelligence, and your heart into the space. I always love listening to your voice because you have this way of speaking like the mountains, but also like the flowing river. And you somehow bring the mountains and the river together.
I do my absolute best. Thank you.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
So, go ahead, Sarai.
Have a wonderful evening, everyone. Go ahead, Connor.
Thank you.
So, I think it's really wonderful what you've started up here, Franklin. How much information and value we can pack into a 4-hour conversation. It's unlike anything else on the internet. So it's really wonderful to participate in these conversations and to listen to all of these perspectives. And so yeah, I want to thank you for that, and thank you to all of the speakers and listeners for participating as well.
Thank you, and thank you all, and thank those that have left. It wouldn't be, it's all of us, it's the round table. And the 13, back to what Kalile was talking about, we've got to thank Moonfeather for the beautiful 13 swords. Because those 13 swords, each one of those swords is a unique sword, different sword. All 13 swords make up the round table.
You're very welcome.
Thank you. And Soraya, thank you so much, my dear, for bringing your beautiful common sense and your practical, clear directness into the spaces. It's lovely. Your integrity can shine through you. It's clear to see that you're someone who doesn't mince words. And that's lovely. Om Shanti to everybody. You guys all have a lovely night. And lovely day for Kalile and Moonfeather, and for Connor. LiberLam, and I'm Franklin. So have an absolutely gorgeous day. Thank you to all of you that have been a part of this, for every wonderful bit of information that you shared in the chat. I hope everybody has enjoyed the show. I apologize that it's been so long, but we couldn't help ourselves. So much love to everybody. Oh,
love to you too, Franklin.
Have a nice day, everyone.
Good night. Bye-bye. Good day.